Okay. Let's see. Lower that a little bit. Okay, there we go. Welcome to anybody who joined. I'm just checking the tablet. 1 second. So see, I can actually see everything normally. Can I type? Wait. Okay. Switch to this. Let's open up the game. Hey, Meme Factory, what's up? Okay, type in typity type. Oh, okay, apparently there's a bug or something weird. I don't know. I have to close this and close that. Come on, come on, come on. Okay. Enter Twitch again, Stream Manager. Okay, so I type something. God damn it. I'm trying to like open the chat, but it's not working. Come on. Click. Work, god damn it. Okay, this is gonna be a little bit spammy, but I gotta do this. Just see how it's gonna move. Test 3. Test 5. Okay. Okay. God damn it. Okay, so the thing that's happening is like when I open the chat, every time I get a new message, it kind of like it doesn't show. I have to manually like, you know, flick it up with my finger to like move the chat, and that sucks. I don't want to do that. I want it to like automatically move. Oh god damn. Okay, I'll try to fix it. If I can't find a fix within the like next minute, just gonna like give up and just resume. Okay, cleared the cache. Let's try again. Come on, come on. Okay. Yeah, scroll. That's the word. Dumbass. Yeah, so like I have to manually scroll to like check new messages. So if like messages pile up or multiple people start talking, I'll have no idea like what's the most recent one. Well, I mean, I doubt that that's gonna be an issue, but I don't know. You're like 9 hours ahead of me. I think so. It's like 10:16. Yes, it's 10 p.m. I actually managed to start earlier than last night, which is great because I want to finish off earlier. Oh, come on. Stupid app. Like that moment in life when you kind of like set everything up nicely and then one stupid thing is kind of just getting in the way. It's so annoying. Let me at least click play. There we go. Okay. And okay, I like the Star Wars ambient music, ambient noise. So I'm gonna pause the music. Yeah. So apparently I have to manually scroll. Let's see. Test. There's like a bug when I like type out a message in chat, and then when I go back, it like goes back into the stream, and that's not what I want to happen. I want for it to go back to chat. Damn it. It's my 5th streak today. Wow, nice. Nice, very nice. Well done. Well done, Lord Vader. Well, I honestly have no clue how to fix this. Audio only. Okay. I found a fix, so if I don't watch my own stream, then it's kind of like fixed, I guess. Oh well, at least I have chat. Okay, yeah, that's more important. At least I can see a chat. If something is... Damn, it's blurry. What? I'm never gonna freaking enter this game, though. There we go. Okay. Yeah. I really wanna try and fix this. I'm thinking, I'm trying, I'm thinking. Test. Okay, screw it. I'm not even gonna like gonna be chatting, so might as well. If I have to send like an actual chat message, then I'll screw around with it, but eh. Okay, so playthrough number 2, part 2 of my SWTOR playthrough. Well, the story playthrough at least. So yeah, here we go. Okay, so the last time we were here, I was... Let me just slightly lower the font size. It's kind of too big apparently. The first message I see is this one. Wait a minute. I don't know if you can see it. Oh my god, I'm not even gonna show it. So stupid. Okay, so I have one unread message. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna lower the size of this thing. It's actually kind of too big. Global scale. I'll kind of raise the map. Okay, there we go. It's slightly better. Okay, so we've managed to land. We've landed on the Imperial fleet. Have my pet, have my other pet. And let's do this. Oh, wait a minute, is that Gonk? It is a Gonk droid. Aw. What the hell is that? Okay. It's kinda like a Gonk droid. Okay, main level. So, last time we were here, we were doing the story. Well, that's the main thing. And we are going to continue it. But in the meantime, might as well check out what has and what hasn't changed on the fleet. On the fleet. So this is like a mission terminal, I guess. Priority missions. Introduction to Group Finder. Flashpoint, direction to strongholds. I actually do have strongholds. Wait a minute. Maybe I should just randomly pop into my stronghold. Wrong button. Whoops. Again, wrong button. Nope. Is it you? It's you. Okay. Why not? Let's go. Let's go to Tatooine. Why not? Damn. Damn, it loads so fast. So happy. Okay. Cutscene. Okay. Damn. Nice. Okay, so there's edit mode. I can invite people. Blah blah blah. I can talk to my companion. That also goes for like when you're in a ship. What is this? This room's turn. Okay. Okay, not right now at least. Okay, so I think this is what I did. Like I decorated this stuff manually. So, yeah, I kind of wanted to like imitate a TV there. Like it was like a big lounge area, sitting area. Magnificent view. How the hell do I get down there? Okay, put a carpet there. Not gonna waste too much time in this place, but I just want to see for nostalgia's sakes. Okay. Homestead. Reinforced door. This is probably locked too, right? Yep. 1,800,000. Jesus Christ. Rubat crystal formation. Oh, okay. Gathering resources. Damn, it's 15 seconds to gather. Jesus Christ. Okay. No idea why I put like a work area there. I don't know. Let me guess, this one is locked too, right? Oh, it's not. Okay. Oh yeah. Wait a minute. Ooh. Okay. Look at that. Ha. Damn. All of my collections, like from various. I think those are like flashpoints. Yeah, these are like various flashpoints or raids or whatever that I actually did. I even have a GTN. Wow. Nice. So I don't have to go to the fleet to use the GTN. I also have a bank. Oh, okay. Okay, let's see if there's anything interesting in the bank. Like, in-game banks. Nothing. There's literally nothing in the bank. Come on. God damn it. Oh well. Decorated prefab transformer. Decoration merchant. Can I sell stuff? I can. Okay. Cool. So there's like a portable. Portable. You can't sell items of no value. Okay. Sell. Nope. Oh, I can't sell it because it's like... It's, something I got as a reward. Okay. Interesting. Let's go outside. Homestead. Yeah, it's locked. I assume this one's locked too. Looks empty. Yep. Actually, it should open automatically, right? What? Wait a minute. How do I even, like... How do I go up there? Let's actually check the mail. Might as well. Follow up on Carol. I assume confirmed Carol's death. It appears someone has taken interest in his offspring. See forward below. From Watcher 3. Follow up on Corellis Chavez. Standard monitoring of Vargai Chavez, brother of Sergil, son of Corellis, aboard the hospital ship. Anodyne has revealed an item of interest. Vargai was recovering from his injuries in a Colto tank when a mercenary team boarded a hospital vessel. Mercenary then extracted Vargai and the Colto tank. Vargai current location is unknown. Party responsible is also unknown. Did our asset on Hada verify Carol's execution? Carol's had means and motives to relocate his only surviving son, but I was told... but I was told he's been eliminated. Interesting. So he's on to us, I guess. Okay. I read it. Okay. Okay, so if... Oh, you go up here. Okay, okay. Just want to check out what it looks like up here above. Who's that? Ooh, my rides, my old rides. Look at that. Too bad I can't use them. Felucia Decoration Merchant. Okay. What is this? Okay. Okay, that's pretty much Tatooine. I assume I can't go, like, super far away. Okay, cool. Let's see. I have Ka City Apartment, Coruscant, Tatooine, and Nar Shaddaa Sky Palace. Okay. Okay, I'll check those out at another time. I actually want to return to my previous... How do I return? Oh, exit area. Okay, return to Imperial Fleet. Okay. It's a lot of words. Okay. kind of like this like default camera distance. Why is it? Okay. Okay, anyway, let's continue the story. Whee! Ah, the cantina area. I remember all of it. Viking space dock. Okay. Hello, fleet. It's been 10 plus years. Okay, so if I remember correctly, there's like a PvP area, there's like a crafting area, supplies. Yeah. Good. Portal shuttle to Drummond Castle. Well, that was a long stay. Immediately have to leave. I assume... Yeah, that's the first splash point. This way. Ah, I still don't have my own ship. Actually, if I remember correctly, maybe I think I have to steal my own ship? I don't know. I know that the Jedi and Sith, like, get their own ships, I think. But I guess these techies, like, they have to wrangle one of their own. I remember, like, when I was playing way back then, I really wanted to get, like, this trooper armor. But I had no idea how. And if it was even possible. Okay, let's see. Great atmosphere. These like hangar areas and, you know, warehouse-looking areas.
Surprises me how clean you people keep your spaceports. If this were Hutta, I'd be scraping alien gunk off my boots. Of course, if this were Hutta, I couldn't be thrown into prison for spitting the wrong way. So come on, Agent. You're going to welcome me here to the Imperial homeworld?
Okay. Alright, this is your first time. Enough chatter. Just like, enough chatter. No, Imperial homeworld. It's your first time?
I'm surprised you've never been here before.
I avoid Imperial space. I want to die in a cantina fight, not ticking off some bureaucrat. Anyway, let's head down to the city. Keeper wanted us to see the Citadel. I'm guessing it won't be hard to find.
You want to see us on the Citadel. Right.
Time to move then.
Oh,
He's just
absolutely.
cold. Actually, I'm gonna bump up the volume a little bit. References, sound. Okay, 80%. Hopefully it's not too loud. Whoops. There we go. Okay, so we're going to a citadel. Okay. Oop. Okay. There we go. Do 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 do. Customs droid. Target him? Nope. Whoops. Whoops. I just randomly camera randomly like let's look at your ass. Okay. I assume there's nothing really interesting in this whole area. Damn, okay. Ah yes, Drummond Cast, the eternal bad weather planet. Okay. Starship upgrades. Speeder vendor.
What can I get for you?
Zerka patroller. Okay, but I can't even ride. Damaged armor.
Come
I
back
forgot you can
anytime.
damage armor. I doubt that I can actually use speeders. Not yet. Legacy. What does Unity do actually? Reduce damage taken by 50%. Okay, that could be useful. Why not? Punching. Jab, uppercut, punch, bash. Wow. Okay, but like, let's see, how do I get my first, how do you spell license? License. Hey Siri, how do you spell license? Okay, I got it. Ooh. Oh, speeder power. Okay, there you go. There's my answer. Let's see if anybody will actually respond in game. So 1,000 credits. Speeder piloting. Nice. Okay, so I can get my. I can use. Nice. There it is. Yeah. Nice. Now. You need level 10 or level 20 when you are not sub. Got it, thank you. Nice, very cool. Now how do I even... What? Wait a minute, I just noticed one of my quick bars is like off grid. Why? There we go. That was weird. Okay. So I guess abilities? Kurtop Alliance, okay. So I don't wanna actually no, wait, I do wanna put like a hotkey. But how do I so this one was references, controls. Oh, god damn it, wait a minute. One second. Oh my god, wait a minute. I finally fixed the freaking stream chat thing. Okay, so I can't chat, but I can... Okay, cool. Cool, that's good, that's excellent. Finally, it's fixed. Okay. Key bindings, target R movement. I assume movement. No, quick bar, whoops. So where is slot 12? Slot 11 will be this number. Okay, nice. There we go. Yeah, finally. We got our first mount. Nice. Which is basically just like a cosmetic, like speed boost. That's okay. That's completely fine. Heroics, personal challenge, saying face, shadow spawn. Interesting, okay. I like how the pet has to like run after me. So where do we need to go? We need to go to the temple. Let's see if I have any taxi.
Destination?
What? I have all the taxis. Okay. I like.
Enjoy your stay.
If I remember correctly, like last time when I played, you couldn't like just go to any, you know, taxi place you want at first. I think you had to like manually go there on foot and then discover the area and then you can go via taxi. But now that I think about it, it actually makes total sense for all the taxis to be unlocked by default because, I mean, it's a taxi service. It's not like the taxi is going there for the first time. I don't know. I can't really explain it, but it makes sense. I think it makes sense that they changed it. By the way, if anybody recently joined the stream, I am currently doing my second stream of SWTOR. Having a great time. Like coming back to the game feels really good. It's been like 10 plus years. Kind of decided to play as Imperial agent again mainly because the story. That's like my main thing. I'm gonna play mostly for the story. Even though I did play all of the classes up to level 50 last time I was here, which was a very long time ago. But anyway, wait a minute, did I go to the wrong place? I think I did. Whoops.
Ready for departure.
Okay,
Enjoy
there
your
we go.
stay.
Let me reply to this guy. Nice. Did he actually whisper? No, he didn't whisper. Okay. Nice, nice. Okay, cool. We have to go here. Mandalorian Enclave, Sith Sanctum, and Imperial Intelligence Quarters. I wonder why like these other two make sense, but why do Mandalorians have their like place in the Citadel? Like, shouldn't the Citadel be like, I don't know, Empire only? And also, if anybody's wondering, the reason why I'm wearing this like pilot outfit is, I don't know, it kind of gets me, like at least in the beginning, it kind of gets me close to like the Imperial Trooper vibe outfit. Yeah, I can't even like. I thought I could like visit the GTN from here, but apparently I can't. I have to like go to a certain spot. Okay. Speeder piloting trainer. So actually I did that.
Always go for the quick and silent kill.
Show all. Speeder piloting 2. Level granted 10. Oh, okay, so... Huh. So as soon as I get, like... As soon as I get a lot of creds. then I can like.
This concludes
it.
our business.
Whoops. No. Okay. I actually want to ask map chat, like, what's the best way for a newcomer? Okay. Imperial intelligence. Oh, look at that.
This is
Look
not
who it
your
is.
domain, Keeper. It is mine. It has always been mine.
Of course, my lord.
All you have built here, all you hope to control, it falls apart as easily as a human life. An hour ago, the Minister of Intelligence dropped to his knees and wept before me. You would do so too, if not for fear of being humiliated.
Your dissatisfaction is clear, my lord. It will be remedied. Now I'm asking you humbly to leave. These people are suffering in your presence.
I will leave my domain at the moment of my choosing, Keeper. You, Agent, you were the one sent to Hutter. Is that correct?
What's
going on here?
I am Darth Jadus. You served me well in your dealings with Nemro. You will serve me well again.
How do you mean, exactly?
All will become clear in time. Keeper, you will use this one. He will complete the assignment as I have instructed.
He's quite capable, my lord, but he lacks experience. A more seasoned agent?
I have made my decision. I wish the situation resolved before I leave Dromund Kaas. See to it that my will is done.
Very well. I'll make arrangements.
Okay.
Congratulations, Agent. You've made a friend on the Dark Council. I don't envy you.
I don't envy you. Either.
Believe me, sir, it wasn't by choice.
I imagine not, but there's nothing to be done about it now. I want you outfitted and ready to leave as soon as possible. Grab your equipment from the lockers and meet me in my office. Once we're through with your debriefing, we'll discuss your next mission.
I have a feeling like the visuals are actually way better than like the last time I played. So somebody said, actually that's the thing that I asked in like map chat. I asked if what's the best way to like get credits, you know, a bonus amount of credits when, you know, as like a beginner. So yeah, somebody said slicing, and I think I remember what that is. It's like a crafting discipline. So actually, before I continue with the story, and this is kind of exciting, I actually want to go to an area where there's like crafting. I think there is one on this map. I just have to find it.
Ready for departure.
Ready for departure.
Enjoy
Wait a minute.
your stay.
Actually, reference. Miscellaneous interface. Oops, no. Flight text. Login sound. User interface. Social. Nameplates. Nameplates on self. Want to see. 14. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Title. Surname. Okay, there we go. 17 living legend. Hey. Actually, like if I change the titles, I actually want to see them. Why not? Okay, so Cost City expansion, spaceport speeder. Let's go to
Enjoy
Cost
your
City
stay.
Central. Maybe I could have done this later, but it's fine. I don't care anymore. Already boarded, so already boarded the taxi. Okay. I assume... there it is. Craft and trade market. Actually, let me... No, interface editor. That's what I want. So I'm gonna move the map. Maybe like... Huh. Where would I put it? I've always been like accustomed to maps being like down right. Maybe I should do that. What is this? Mini-map. Well, the minimap can stay down there, that's fine. This I will raise up there. And the quest tracker I'll go like all the way to right. So then, the companion will be... Actually, I'll just put the companion like, I don't know, up here, I guess. Okay. Target of target, okay, I'll move that slightly to the left. Target, cast bar. So the minimap can stay. Large tooltip, I wonder what's that. So I can't move it. Oh, it's stuck to the map, okay. So, I'll put the whole thing here. Then my... do I really need these? Huh. How do I... Will I really need quick bar 5? And 6, I guess, 4. Huh. Can I pick like... So I can pick a number of slots per row. But how do I pick how many of them I want? Oh! I'm an idiot. Oops. So I just do this. Pop. And this. Pop. But... I'll keep it like that. Okay. Okay, so that... What is this? Achievement tracker. I'll keep the achievement tracker... like this, I guess. Whoop. I thought there was a bug. Like, what the hell? Okay, arena scorecard. Okay. World map. Yeah, I'm pretty accustomed to like having a world map on the bottom right corner, so I assume it's like a Guild Wars 2 thing, so well, for me anyway. Okay, I think that's it. I think I set it up pretty well to my liking. Let's see how it actually looks. Yeah, that's... Can I rename it? This one. Okay. There we go. Nice. Nice. Okay, excellent. But... Oh, okay. I thought I didn't like push it all the way down there. Okay, there we go. Now I'm pretty happy with how it is. Stronghold Commissioner, no. So, wow, nostalgia. The nostalgia is like, right there. Okay, so what I'm looking for, I am looking for crafting station. Well, actually, not crafting station. Crafting discipline area. Specifically for slicing, and I have no idea which No idea which one it is. So this is like this whole area is like crafting and whatever. But where's the slicing guy? Speeder piloting. Speeder piloting. Might as well use my speeder. Modification vendor. Okay, so it's clearly not in these areas. Somewhere else. Companion gifts vendor. Oh my god, I remember that. You have to give her companion gifts. Oh, there we are. Okay. Arms tech. No. Where's slicing? Slicing. Synth weaving. Cyber tech. Huh? Biochem. No. In here. Archaeology. Slicing, there we go. Okay, cool. You have chosen to learn slicing as your first skill. You may learn up to 3 new skills. Only one may be a crafting skill. Okay. So which button is it? Companions, contracts. Slicing, okay. So what if I go to a different one? What happens then? Okay, but... Okay, it didn't apply. Okay. But did I get XP? I did. Scavenging. So slicing. That's it. Or too fast. Okay, still too fast? Damn it, wow. So can't be too spammy, even though it's not really spammy for me. Okay, slicing, so wow, these missions, man.
I'll get to work.
Cool, okay, so I can send my companion on missions. Get me those extra credits. Cool, okay, so I did what I wanted to do. One thing I do want to set up, kinda. Deselect target upon clicking on terrain. That's what I want to do. Okay. Nice. Auto-equip items. Okay. Cool. Nice. One thing I love about video games is like when you're able to set up things the way you want them. Pretty good feeling. Nice. So it's really natural to like, okay, select him and click away, deselect him. Macro binocular missions. Oh my god, I remember these. God, there's gonna be.
Ready for departure.
There's gonna be so much to do. Nice. I made the right choice. I made the right choice by, like, wanting to go back to this game a bit. You can also find some plans for other crew skills, and you can open some doors in flashpoints. Some plans for the crew skills. With slicing. Okay. General. Whee! by the way, the first... Oh, nice, okay. The first video... Well, the first stream last night... Oh, wait a minute. This is, not good. Where should I put her? Like, here? Damn, it's it's getting a little crowded. Huh. Where would I put her? She's kind of blocking the view, I don't know. Over here. Let's see. See what it looks like. It's fine, it's not clogging up the view too much. Anyway, the last stream I did for SWTOR is up on YouTube, so it's pretty cool. Sticking to the plan as I did with what's it called, with Guild Wars 2. Okay. Some person helping me out in chat, that's nice. In-game chat.
Agent, let's talk. Kaleo, wait outside, please. One of the watchers will handle your debriefing.
We need to talk about my terms.
I promise you you'll be well compensated. You can discuss the details with the watcher.
If you say so. You two have a good time.
So, I've been reviewing the report of your activities on Hutta. You were busier than I'd expected.
It worked out.
Got the job done. If that's a problem, you should change your expectations.
Maybe I should. You were extremely effective in your mission,
Maybe I should.
and I'm impressed by your efficiency. You used violence as a tool and not a crutch. Not many agents find that balance so easily. So I wonder, why did you join Imperial Intelligence?
That's a weird question. Why would he ask me that? I'm a patriot. Looked like fun. What if I say I'd rather not share? I'll say it looked like fun.
Travel around the galaxy, lie and deceive for a living? Seemed like something I'd enjoy.
I was afraid of that. This isn't glamorous work. We're sanitation workers. We clean up after the military and the Sith and do the jobs no one else will. Without us, though, the Empire falls apart. So we do whatever is necessary, even if it's thankless and ugly. You understand?
Oh, you're boring me. Of course.
I understand completely, sir.
I'm glad to hear it. Now, as to your next assignment. One of the mandates of our organization is to eliminate dissidents and terrorists within the Empire. We've located one cell of radicals here in the capital working toward the violent overthrow of our government. We must know precisely what these terrorists plan.
These terrorists. Who are they? Is this the Sith?
I assume this is the task Darth Jadis mentioned.
Although Darth Jadis has expressed concern over the cell's activities, your orders come from me. We've intercepted chatter suggesting the radicals are planning a major attack soon, but we've only identified a handful of cell members. You will investigate the cell and obtain its plans. You'll have 2 operatives assisting you and full support from the Citadel.
Who will I be working with?
Watcher 2, please come to my office. Bring Kaleo Danis with you.
Watcher 2, huh? That's a pretty name.
She's jealous.
It's basic. Unlike many civilizations, the Empire teaches its children how to count. Watcher 2 reporting, sir.
Kaleo will be your aide in the field. She'll report to you and take your orders, since you seem able to handle her.
I'm making you look good, Agent. You should be grateful.
Meanwhile, Watcher 2 will be your liaison to base. She'll stay in contact remotely and provide you with mission details.
I monitored the operation on Hutter. Very impressive. I look forward to working with you.
Ha, hello there.
It'd be my pleasure.
She's gonna disapprove.
Just my luck, I managed to catch your Watcher's eye.
Oh my god.
I'm the product of 6 generations of selective breeding. I can plot hyperspace routes in my head. I'm not easily charmed, at least not while on duty.
If you're done, could you sum up the present situation?
if you're frickin' done.
On the Radicals is at the site of a slave rebellion beyond Kars City. You've been outfitted with all necessary equipment already. Once you're in the field, signal me via holocommunicator.
She's very fun, isn't she? she must be very fun. I still can't get over the fact that she said, I am a product of 8 generations of breeding, or whatever it was, like selective breeding. Okay, equipment once you're in the field, still gonna be hard. Communicate, brief you in full.
I'll head out immediately.
Remember, you're not undercover. Identify yourself as an intelligence officer if you need to, and use the fear that it creates.
Yeah.
You're on Imperial soil now, Agent. Welcome home.
You're on Imperial soil now, soldier. You can soil yourself now. I don't know. Okay, understanding intelligence. So I get extra XP, right? Why not? Screw it. What did I miss out? Ah, Watcher 2. Hello there.
Agent, I'm pleased to see you, of course. But I thought you'd be busy with the mission.
Oh, she looks kind
I'm
of like...
still plotting the details. So, what can I do for you?
I don't know why, but she kind of reminds me of from the TV show Friends, Emily. Emily, yeah, like Ross's ex. Okay, just while I suppose I'm plotting the details, that's what I do for you. So what can I do for you? I want to ask what
I figure if we're working together, we should get to know one another.
Callio
I
approves,
already
okay.
know all about you, though. I saw your whole performance on Hutter. If we talked and shared, you'd be the only one learning from the exchange. And that wouldn't really be fair now, would it?
Come on.
I'm sure there's something you could share with me.
You really want to know who I am? I'm someone bred for genetic superiority and raised to be a watcher. I enjoy my work, but I don't like getting close to my agents because they usually get killed. Now we've both got work to do. Contact me via holocommunicator when you're on site and ready to go, okay?
Flirting. Sure
Anything for you, beautiful.
Ooh, Callio
don't call
didn't.
me that again. I'll see you later.
Didn't disapprove of that. That's interesting. Okay, apparently she wasn't there. Okay, sure. Let's get to know the crew. I am Lodant Kashar. There we go. The first thing he would say. Not many non-humans.
You're the only alien I've seen in Imperial intelligence.
You must have licked so many boots to get where you are today.
Okay. I can say alien scum.
You're a credit to your species.
She disapproves. Okay. I'll win her over with gifts. Okay. Like I'm not really going for like, you know, maxing out whatever, you know, like not trying to appease the, you know, just like pick the perfect dialogue options for like appeasing the companions. I'm just going like by gut. Fixer 12.
You're the new blood? We'll see if you work out. I used to be a field operative, same as you. Now I'm a fixer. I keep this place running.
Got any advice?
You must be an old hand at this. Any wisdom to share?
You want advice, eh? Stay away from politics. People here will tell you that the Sith interfere with our work. Keep us always fighting with the Minister of Intelligence, that sort of thing. Maybe they're right, but it doesn't matter. Our job's to obey orders. Our job's to deal with the enemy.
The enemy?
But who do you consider to be our enemy?
The Empire has a lot of enemies. The Republic and Jedi first up. We should focus on getting them, not fighting one another. Remember that, and maybe you'll last longer than most new agents.
Okay.
It's been good talking to you, Fixer.
Yeah, you too.
Okay. And Watcher 3. Where is Watcher 3? Watcher 3.
Oh, hello. Sorry, I didn't expect you to come over. You're the field agent from Hutter, right? I'm Watcher 3.
It's like I'm watching Harry Potter, like, but in Star Wars. I don't watch 3. You sound nervous.
Some sort of problem? Am I bothering you?
Sorry. That's why I'm here instead of in the field. Not so good with people. Surprised I even got a Watcher designation. If I can manage it, I'm sure you'll get a title soon.
Tell me more
How
about
many
the
Watchers are there, anyway?
Only Keeper knows for sure. I've never met a Watcher with a designation higher than 4. Watcher 1's on assignment right now, so it's just me and Watcher 2 here. Anyway, I should get back to work. I'm on surveillance duty, and I don't want to miss anything.
Okay.
I'll be seeing you.
Of course. I won't keep you.
I won't keep you, but the Keeper will keep you. Personal conquest increased. Living legend. Okay. Do-do-do-do-do. Okay. Come on, why can't I do this? I can't? I can't. So I can either walk all the way over there, but why would I do that?
Destination?
Destination?
Enjoy your stay.
Anywhere. Okay. Nice little scenic view of the city. Of course, it's raining. Typical. Okay, so we need to go. How many credits do I have? 5k. I still have my XP boost going. 12 minutes. Wow, it's already been an hour since I started streaming. Damn. Okay, so level 10 creatures. Okay, that's not too big of a threat. Might as well send her on a mission.
You're paying me for this?
Okay. She's like, you're paying me for this?
Fascinating. The local fauna are mutating rapidly, and I believe the lightning spire could be the cause. Might you help me collect samples for further study?
What kind of samples? So this way. Jungle Valley. Did I go the right way? What? Nope. Travel to the unfinished Colossus. Okay, I assume... Can't zoom in, okay. Where is that thing? So I have to go like this way, I guess? The unfinished Colossus. Cool thing about speeders is like if you're fast enough you can kind of like evade enemies when they start attacking. Cool thing is they don't immediately knock you down. Ha! Most of them are melee. Wow, so it's a long trip. Okay, unfinished Colossus. The unfinished Colossus. Construction site.
Yeah, didn't go so great.
Things didn't go so great. What? What?
I look better alone anyway.
She's pissed. Oh, somebody's calling me. Okay.
Watcher 2 here. I'm receiving your signal. Mapping your location now. Glad you made it through the jungle safely, Agent.
I'm ready. Just standing by for the details.
You may have noticed the chaos out there. There's a slave rebellion going on, and you're heading into the middle of it. Our analyst charged with monitoring the rebellion is with me. His name is Lodenth Kashar. He can fill you with...
Go ahead, then.
Okay.
Imperial intelligence is leaving concerns about the rebellion itself to the military. You're here for a specific slave, an alien named Jurithus.
I can extract him. What's his story?
Jurithus was once owned by an anti-government radical who used slaves to carry messages.
We questioned the slave's former master?
He's gone. Dead at the hands of an over-enthusiastic agent. That's why Minder 4 is no longer with us.
Okay.
One way or another, I'll make sure he talks.
And that's why it's useful to have an alien on staff. In any case, good luck.
Can I get a kiss before I go?
Wow.
Sorry, but my holocom doesn't have that feature. Maybe when the network is upgraded. You should find your targets inside the camp. Take a slave down, apply the serum, and locate Jurithus.
He's going hard on that flirting
thing. This is the only way we can learn what the radicals are planning. Time's running out, Agent.
Okay. Well, I have to fight these guys. I guess.
Job's done. Have a look.
Ah, wrong button again. Damn it. Okay, shoot him up.
Come on out. I'll show you my gun.
Show you my gun. Okay. Hope she doesn't have a gun. Ah, don't really have to shoot these guys, but eh. Pew pew. Okay. Enemies are alerted to your presence. So going to that bunker? I want to say cave bunker. Wait a minute. Whoops. Nope. 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 Ah, you know what? Screw it. Get away from me.
Getting good.
Okay. Shoot him up. I should really send her on like a mission. Hey, you're paying me for this? Okay, Imperial Agent Fate. Imperial Agent. Bunker down. Shoot him up. Nice. Nice. Slave trader. Sure.
I'm running. Chest hurts. Something's in my head. Rain's coming down. Everything's sinking into the ground. I think I know you, but I don't remember anything. I don't know what you want. Everything hurts.
Everything hurts.
I'm looking for someone. Can you help me?
I can help you. Let me help you. I don't know what to do with my head. Please tell.
Okay. I need information.
Tell me about Jarithus.
Jarithus is gone. Day is gone now. It all goes so slowly. Jarithus burns and starts to look like our Colossus. Incomplete. Jarithus died fighting in the jungle. I don't remember why we were fighting.
Okay, my companion.
Jarithus died, I know that.
Listen to me carefully. I need to know.
Jarithus died with Safin and Reneth and Avoira. All aliens. All friends. All fighting beside the foot of the statue. Jarithus is still there. If the beasts haven't eaten him.
Okay. I really appreciate your help.
What should I think about now? I don't know what to do with my head. I don't know what to do with my hands.
The serum will wear off. You'll be okay. After that, do what you want.
But I don't know what to do. My head is hollow. It hurts.
Okay.
You and me, we're getting good.
Send her on a mission again. Actually, just gonna keep like sending her, you know, just to level up this whole thing. Crafting thing, or what? Gathering, actually. Is it gathering? Yeah. Slicing. Okay. Moving on. All the things that I didn't pick up. Okay, it's lagging a little bit. Okay, crouch down. crunching sound. Jurithus's body. Activate the encrypted keypad. Okay. Might as well activate the next XP boost. There we go. Why not?
Laboram amka, mamni ikan, nagnaya mamni kamgam, naya nagram kam, kala amka mani, lidikba.
Okay. Where's my watch?
Expecting to hear from Watcher 2.
Yeah, she disapproves.
Kamgam, amka nemnang, ampa nemnang memuwa inok. Nemgam gam iya kikuan, amber na hanak.
You have any idea what he wants?
Please hold.
You're to suspend all field operations immediately. You're needed elsewhere.
I wasn't expecting to hear from you, Keeper.
Watcher 2 is still your liaison to base, but I wanted to deliver these orders personally. Darth Jadis wants to speak with you. You will proceed to his chambers for an audience. You've met Darth Jadis, experienced his power. I suggest you treat him with respect and do as he asks.
This will be enlightening.
I'm looking forward to chatting with a member of the Dark Council.
Of course. You will resume operations when this is finished, Agent. Keep her out.
Okay, I assume a twist is upcoming.
Make me look good.
Send her on more. Okay. Pick up this petty cash and let's go. As soon as I get like the 20k, which will take a while, I guess, then I'm gonna upgrade the speeder license thing. Whee! Okay. Well, look at that guy. Damn. Yeah, I'll definitely take the taxi. Just gotta reach it. Oop-doo-doo-doo-doo. Watch the sniper.
Destination?
Destination unknown. Dark meeting. Okay.
Enjoy your stay.
Nice. Damn. 11:30.
Anything else?
Okay, she completed it. More. What happens if she's gone? I wonder if she'll be successful. Let's try. I don't know. Time efficiency for crew skill tasks. Quick away for crew skill tasks. Okay. Yes.
Attention, Imperial personnel. Maintenance and patrol schedules at the Sith Sanctum are on hold until further notice.
Defeat the Sith Sanctum lore.
Approach the area at your own peril.
Okay, at least I'm not alone. Spinning blades. Okay, there we go.
Typical.
Nice.
Ambition without strength.
Level 13. Nice. What is this? Oh, okay. General. Sniper. Okay, I assume like if I get a new...
Made out alright.
Nice. If I get a new ability, it's gonna automatically like pop up. That's how it used to be so far. Okay, get that new knife.
Make me look good.
Crap. How do I... Oh, right. Well, just keep doing it. Another one? Okay. Sure, let's see how quickly. Damn, he's tough. What do you mean out of range? I'm a freaking sniper. Nice.
Typical.
Oh, I forgot to pick up stuff.
Ambition without strength.
Attention, Imperial personnel. Maintenance and patrol schedules at the Sith Sanctum are on hold until further notice. Again. Approach the area at your own peril.
Lord
Do
Crass.
not disturb me.
I will certainly will disturb you. Okay, so I have to go... Oop-de-doop-de-doo. Speeder piloting trainer. Dark Guardian.
Come, stand before me, and revel in the power of the Dark Council. Allow your body to betray you. Allow your blood to boil and your heart to slow. Everything that is not of the dark side will be purged, or it will be tainted. This is inoculation, Agent. This is a sacred rite. You are privileged.
Okay, let's play along. Thank you.
It is an honor, my lord.
It has been earned. This is your due reward. You proved
Why
yourself
the hell do you
by
wear that
opening
mask, my
the
lord?
hearts. Now I choose you to exterminate the dissidents who would destroy our way of life. I sense your uncertainty. You wonder why I involve myself in this affair. Why I take an interest in you and Imperial intelligence.
You sense correct.
I have to admit the question crossed my mind.
Many in the Dark Council hold themselves above the mundane business of the Empire. I believe this is a mistake. I believe we must spread the ways of the Sith to the Empire entire, plant terror and hatred in every heart. I believe in the democratization of fear. But these dissidents threaten all progress. Left unchecked, they would reduce our world to ash and raise nothing in its place.
The Empire has overcome worse foes than these malcontents.
Do not underestimate our enemies. They are powerful, and there are those who sympathize with them, people at the highest levels of government. I chose you for this assignment, not only because of your past successes, but because you are new to your organization. Your loyalty is uncompromised. Do you understand?
Indeed. Don't trust intelligence. Hey, just popping back in. Hey, welcome. Welcome back, welcome back. I'm just in the middle of the story. What are you up to? Indeed, don't trust intelligence. What are you suggesting? What are you suggesting?
I'm supposed to serve you instead of Keeper.
Serve your empire. Watch those around you and trust no one.
Even you?
I will leave Dromund Kaas soon aboard the starship Dominator. I will travel with 1,000 dignitaries, diplomats, and slaves, and show them the galaxy as I envision it. When I return, I expect the dissidents to have been purged. Kneel before me now, and I will ensure that you have the means to succeed.
Expand that bot. There we go. I accidentally clicked send instead of delete. Ha! Yeah, it happens. Kneel before me now, and I will ensure that you have the means to succeed. Kneel before me now. I really don't wanna. I mean, if I play along. I'm gonna say I won't.
With respect, Lord Jadis, I will not bow to you.
You do not wish to refuse me, Agent. Consider your defiance in the face of the Dark Council.
Like, how's the stream going? It's going fine. It's going fine. Having a good time. Enjoying the story so far. Pretty much like a TV show. This may consider defiance in the very well. Forgive me for my foolishness. Nah, I'm not backing down.
I won't be your puppet. Do what you will.
Then consider this a small example of my power.
Oh, he's gonna shock me, isn't he?
Remember it as the price of arrogance.
Yep. He's like, yeah, bitch. he's waiting for him to wake up. Nah, they probably like tossed me aside somewhere. Oh crap! Wow. Okay, he actually like. Interesting. You cannot accept rewards because, well, you're dead. Okay. I'll revive here. Oh, and don't forget to hydrate. Yes. Yes. What? Look at that. Defeated by myself with kill self. What the hell? So, okay, the game made it like I killed myself. What?
You and me?
Well, I guess they couldn't find a way to work around. Because technically this isn't like a battle. Oh well. Anyway. Let's have a holo call right in front of him.
What's the situation?
This is Watcher 2. We're still working on full analysis of the slave's
It's funny
files.
how these guys behind
we
are
have a
like...
new lead. Proceed to the Nexus Room Cantina in Kaas City. I'll brief you once you're in place.
Ooh, a cantina.
I assume you'll pick up my tab. Is there a dress code?
It's a high-class place. Something eye-catching. Watcher 2 out.
Something eye-catching. Okay. 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 Actually, an outfit that I would really like to get
Imperial personnel.
is like this,
Maintenance
like
and
trooper
patrol
outfit.
schedules at the Sith Sanctum
I assume
are
it's like,
on hold until further notice.
even if I can. Again.
Approach the area at your own peril.
Might as well kill him again. It's like the third time, but okay. Go. Unshakable. How is it too far away? Come on, I'm a freaking sniper. Okay. Yeah.
Typical.
Typical.
Ambition without strength.
Okay. How many credits do I actually have? Still 5k. Fine. Wow. Haven't changed my pants in a while. Okay, nothing of value there. Premium Battle Versatile Stim. For 60 minutes, sure. I'll take stims. Take all the stims I can get. Whee! Okay. Taxi. Travel to the Nexus Room Cantina. Oh, it's where is it? Is it over there? I guess.
Destination.
We shall see.
Enjoy your stay.
I think it's here. Nope. Oops. It's actually... okay. It's there, yeah. Ooh, there's practice dummies. Oh, I remember that. Look at that. Like... See, like, this area is normally inaccessible, like the one I'm looking in front of me. But, because this is SWTOR, and you can actually, like, I think you can, like, duel somebody and they can, like, force push you up. And I think I can actually do that myself, like, with an ability that I don't have yet. But I think the sniper gets, like, an ability later on that you can, like, push somebody away, like a pulse. Some kind of pulse, I don't know. The cantina. Okay. I was like, why am I not going fast? Okay, time to meet up with Watcher 2. Is there anything interesting? Hollow Dancer, yes. Investigation mission trainer. Treasure hunting. Social items. Wait a minute, can you get a disco ball here?
I've got the best hardware and the best prices.
Sparkle powder. Okay. Yeah, sell junk. Sell that. What happens if I just delete this? Do I delete the outfit too? No? Nice, okay, so the outfit doesn't go. Nice. It's just like wasting space in my inventory. Wow, 20k to expand it. So, sparkle powder, Imperial targeting device. She did say dress up, but I'm not gonna waste money. Repair.
Good hunting.
Good hunting. Goodwill hunting. Okay. I'm not gonna talk to my companion yet. I'll talk to her on my ship. As soon as I get one.
See anything you like?
Yes. Field repair droid. Wow, 1 hour redeployment time. That sucks. Okay, yeah, I have to. Like, my phone is like constantly ringing like for an hour.
This is Watcher 2, signal established. I've tapped into the Cantina holocams, Agent. I can see you from 6 different angles. We're ready to go.
I thought she would show up. I prefer a little privacy.
I can do my job without being watched.
She likes it.
Watched is part of your job. Be grateful we make you aware of it. So, Theodore Mindak is a genius inventor and entrepreneur working with the Radicals. Unfortunately, Theodore is being sheltered by the Sith Lord Grathan. Grathan turns a blind eye to Theodore's affiliations in exchange for weapon designs.
I like how they made the name Theodore like Star Wars'd, you know, not Theodore, Theodore. Clever. Affiliations. So I negotiate, but why am I in a cantina? Why am I in a cantina?
You're not briefing me over drinks for my comfort.
No. You're here for a very specific reason. Dealing with Grathan directly isn't an option. He's involved in a power struggle with the other Dark Lords. In essence, he's gone rogue. However, Theodore's daughter, Samara, frequents this cantina. She has access to Theodore's workshop in Grathan's estate.
Okay.
Do you think she's willing to turn against family?
We believe so. Samara Mindak is rich, young, and willing to flaunt her advantages. She's popular with the Cast City elite, but hardly beloved. No meaningful connections or... Our profile suggests she'll cooperate if given incentives. I've located her in a private lounge. It's up to you how to handle her.
Ha! Well, I'll handle her. I'll handle her good. Okay. I'll manage... What's the switch? Any limits?
If she resists, how far am I allowed to go?
No restrictions. Do what you have to. Once Samara's told you how to reach her father's workshop, head to Lord Grathan's estate. Send us anything you find on Theodore's computers.
Again, so much flirting, what the hell?
I may have to get close to Samara. Are you going to get jealous?
She's like, no.
I'll just have to remind myself that you're on the job, Agent. Go.
Oh.
I'll be watching.
Okay. So she's interested? Okay. I like how like the two of them are flirting the whole time, and she's like,
Came
nah.
back wrong.
Okay.
Had to put him down. This place is messed up.
Whoa. Almost got crushed, what the hell? Okay. So I guess these are like private rooms or something. Cutscene time, okay.
For the Mandalorians, if they can't escort a few trade shipments. It's not like we need them for the war.
Should have set my companion on.
Obsessing about the mercenaries, Oban.
Oh, look at her.
You wish you could carry a Vira blade.
You get vicious after a while, don't you?
Sure. I'm gonna go talk to someone else now.
Okay.
She's a brat, but she's got spirit.
Yep.
Want to break it?
Good line.
Look at you. Enjoying yourself? It's not the worst party I've ever been to, but it needs improvement, you know?
It's getting better.
I know what you mean, but things are looking up now.
I get that a lot. Not usually from guys like you, though. Military guys, I mean. You're military, right? You've got that in charge kind of look. And the weapons.
And the weapon. Oh, flirt again. So much fucking flirting.
Let's say you're right.
She approves.
An appeal.
Maybe it does. Depends if you're more than just the look.
She thinks I'm faking.
Be careful.
But actually,
take this seriously.
Shut up, Oban. I said I'm done with you. So, tell me, how can I serve the Empire?
It's like a TV show. Let's chat.
I came looking for a dangerous man, but I suspect you're much better company.
Oh, forward. I like that. Though, my dad doesn't approve of military guys. Hard to know what they're really after.
It's a light side option, what the hell?
Right now, I'm only interested in you.
You can be real convincing. Pleasure first, business later.
What? You're going off with him?
What?
Shut up, Opens.
Then I don't suppose you pretty lady would?
You're kidding, right? I have things to do, Agent. I'll catch up to you later.
Okay, let's
Well, you two have a...
Later you tell me what you really want, in private.
Damn, that was, okay. That was quick.
You're gonna make a
Just
bad
like in real
girl
life,
out of
right?
me. But I can't say no to you. Here, code to Daddy's workshop. Should get you in if you can get a guard's key card. You have to visit me again if it works.
Damn, she really is a daddy's girl, huh? Okay. Visit me again. We'll have our eye on you. Don't worry about your father. I like that.
You can be sure I'll do my best.
Hey, it's something. Kisses.
Kisses. Well, she does have talent. Samara.
I really don't need to know any details about what you're up to.
It's funny. What does he say?
I don't have any business with you.
Okay. It's funny, like, when, kind of a weird comment, but like, when I talk to the NPCs, there actually is like a stereo effect. You know, I can hear like on one side specifically. But when I'm driving through the map, there's no stereo effect. It's just, you know, the same loudness, the same like position. It's kind of weird. Oh well. Wait a minute, what is that? Wait a minute. Okay, I guess these used to be locked, and you kind of had to manually unlock them. Now they're all unlocked, I guess. Trails going out loud. Okay. Where exactly do I need to go? Do I have to go like all the way some? Yeah. Okay, so it makes sense to use a taxi. I should probably send her on a job.
I was better alone anyway.
And I guess later on, as the level of the slicing progresses, I'll actually be able to get like... wait a minute, where am I supposed to go yet? So, Lord Grathan's estate. Oh, that's her daddy. Okay.
Enjoy your stay.
Ah, there's actually a timer for companion going on a mission. Okay. Oh,
they're coming straight for the equipment. Protect it while I finish the analysis.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Like, you pass these guys, and they shout something, and like the volume is exactly the same. Like, even if you're like way far away, you know, it's not like it's gradually fading. It's just, it's there. You know, it's the same volume. It's so weird. But again, you know, older game. Really have no other like reason. Lord Grathan's estate. You have discovered the wall. Okay, so where? I assume this way. Oh, there's another player. She's only 18. Da, 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 da. Okay. Watch the sniper. Gratham Commando. Nope.
Anything else?
Anything else? Yes. More missions for you. Just keep doing the missions, lady.
You paying me for this?
Crew skill. Crew skill task. What is in here?
Their droids were built from our schematics, with our back channels. Let's give them a little surprise.
What does this give me? Power reclaimed. But what? I want to know, like, what reward do I get? Bad idea. Okay, might as well do it. I pressed spacebar again because I thought I would, like, glide down. Oh, Guild Wars 2. So used to it. Override war droids, sure. Hopefully they'll help me fight. Yes, they will. Yep, they will. Wrath and God. Cool. It just explodes in my face, what the hell? Okay. Okay, that objective is complete. Honestly, I thought, like, now that I think about it, like, I thought the game would be way boring, you know, because, well, Guild Wars 2 is obviously, you know, superior when it comes to, like, gameplay. But, I don't know, I really don't mind it. I don't mind it as much as I thought I would, honestly. Weird how you do, like, when you do... Oops. When you do this 5 ability, it kind of locks onto one guy. That's weird.
Alright, make me look good.
I thought it was gonna, like, stay in that very location you clicked. Fraternity of Thieves, come on, do it again. Do it again. So I get, like, 4 points per mission? That's... okay. I assume when I get more companions, it's gonna be easier. Maybe. Who knows? So I need to find more munitions. Oh, there it is. Okay. Ah! Damn it. So... if somebody else blows it up... okay. Yeah, that's right. Gratham Commando. Definitely slower without a companion. Yep. Gain access to the workshop. Boom. I like how he's like standing in front of her with a sword and he's like aiming and then also like him bashing me and I'm like nothing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This might be a bad idea. Uh-oh. No, 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 no. No! No, I might die. Shit. Damn it. Ah. Okay, well at least my companion will be back soon. Yeah, about the time that I actually get back on my feet. Get on your feet. Where does that actually take me? Southern Coast. Southern Coast. Wonder where that is. Yeah, I'll revive here. I wonder what the cooldown is for the revive, actually.
Yeah, didn't go so great.
Oh my god, look at this. Yo, bro, I just came across your stream and dropped a follow before heading out. And I made an account, actually. I made an account, like, today, so yeah, bro, this is totally not a pre-made message, yeah, fuck off. There we go. Stupid. Mission was a failure. Aw, come on. Come on, don't do this to me, come on, come on. Okay, new tactic. Actually, I am gonna change her attribute so she's not a healer. I'll actually make her a damage dealer. Why not? Why not? Let's see how it goes. Maybe it'll be more interesting. She stunned him. Nice. Uh-oh, he's in melee. Nice, okay, so it was a pretty good idea to make her damage. Okay, nice. That freaking guy. I don't think it was a bot, but who knows? Sounded like one. But like, you know, I've technically been streaming over a year, and when I see the message like that, I'm like, my god, these people. I mean, I don't know if he was like actually a bot. Maybe it was like a real person, but he was trying to like get me scammed or something. But you know, either way, when I see a message like that, I'm just like, you're out of here, bro. You know, it's not like even like, you know, first you say hi and then you say how's the stream going and stuff like that. Nah, just straight up attempting to scam you. Pathetic. Pathetic. Oh, we're close to level 14. Okay, why not? I'll take it. I hope that I'll be able to reach level 20 tonight. So every stream I reach like, you know, 10 levels. Hopefully it will be like that. We'll see. I mean, as I progress the game, it's gonna be like harder and harder, but that's fine. Yeah, it's way faster to fight these guys when she's damaged. Definitely. Monitoring station, no. Where is the elevator? Oh, okay, it's automatic. Wait a minute. I kinda want a large tooltip. No, I want to select the tooltip. Okay, get that out of... Oh, I can't. Okay. That sucks. Why can't I move the large tooltip? Anchor to minimap. No. Oh. Wait a minute, is this what I think it is? Anchor to... Actually, that's kind of annoying, right? I'm gonna anchor it to... Where the hell is it? Mouse pointer to location. Okay, I wonder how this is gonna work. Wait. What is this? System messages. Actually, I want... Look like here, maybe? See what happens. Now it feels like it's way up there. I don't know, man. I kind of have like a little bit of OCD when it comes to this. Like, I really want it to be like just the way I want it. Okay, let's see what this looks like. Whoops, forgot to put the map down. Okay. I'll keep it on the side for now. Don't want to waste too much time. Oh, that's... what? Gain access to the workshop. Oh, okay, I have to click this. Maybe it'll be a boss battle. I don't want to send her away now.
You thought you could take me by surprise, but you can't.
What do you want to bet this ends badly?
Those were my daughter's access codes you used.
Ah, that's her
Whatever
daddy.
you've done to her, I'll have my revenge.
Whatever you've done to her, I'll do it too twice. Okay. Hello there. Hello there. Let's talk about the radicals.
You're helping a dissident cell plan an attack.
I'm helping to free the people of the Empire from thugs like you. You people took away my wife, stole her from my house one night, and never told me what happened. My only daughter grew up to be worthless, and now you've taken her from me too. I despise your kind.
Idiot. It's
we can resolve this peacefully if you'll just listen to me.
No, there won't be any peace until the Empire changes its ways.
Fine, be that way. Idiot. Okay, let's eliminate him. Oh, I killed him. Okay. No. Prototype battle droid. Well, he's dead. I killed her daddy. Hey, Watcher 2, I assume.
This is Watcher 2. I'm downloading the contents of Theovor's computers. Looks like blueprints, work he's done for Lord Grathan, and... encrypted files. I should be able to decipher them if I cross-reference with the slave's datapad. Don't like what I'm seeing. There's a timetable, activity convergences, indications of something big. Get back to base as soon as you can.
Can't I ever catch a break?
Not in this business. Haven't you learned that by now? I'll see you soon, Agent. Watcher 2 out.
I'll see it soon, Agent. I mean, I'll see you, dude. Okay. Let's fly out of here. Group phase. Anyone can enter. Let's just randomly shoot these two. Why not?
Want some of this?
Wish I could pull them down, but I can't with this class, sadly. I think. I know with Bounty Hunter I can. Well, with that, like... not necessarily Bounty Hunter, but like that advanced class thing. The violin guy's being going crazy. Okay. Don't you crouch while I'm near you. Okay. Sneak attack. Well, 14. Nice. Gain a level. Okay, so no, still no new ability. That's disappointing. When do I even get, like, Oh, one more level. Okay. Laze target. Okay, one more level it is, then. I think it's kind of annoying. It's like the map. Exterior map defaults to world map. Enable magnifying glass in world map. Okay, it doesn't work there. Fade world map sites completely. No centric missions. Eh. Whee! Snipe. Okay. Really helps that she's my companion as a DPS. Like the healing is, you know, not super significant. Carrick, psych. I guess those are like the dynamic missions, so to say. Well, can't really judge yet because I haven't done a lot of them. Taxi. Taxi. Wait a minute, I thought... Huh? Oh, wait. Where is the taxi? Like, the thing that sucks is, like, I should definitely have the map, because I can't see it here. Should definitely turn on the map. The magnifying glass, yeah. So I go into the map. It still doesn't help that much. Where the hell is the taxi? There it is.
Ready for departure.
Ready for departure. Where is, let's see where the quick travel ability is. I assume it's general. Quick travel, so cooldown 2 minutes. Okay, that's not too bad. That's not too bad.
They're coming straight for the equipment. Protect it while I finish the analysis.
Emergency fleet pass. I can put that here too. But it doesn't have a cooldown. That's weird. How can it not have a cooldown? There's definitely a cooldown. There's gotta be a cooldown. No way. That is not. Priority transport, my to capital world. Okay. How is there... Maybe there is a cooldown, but... What's... It's gotta be like 2 hours or something like that. It used to be like that. I don't know what the hell it would be 2 hours, though. when I think about it, but it was definitely a long wait.
I have some information you may be interested in.
So, Adrenaline probe. She's targeting. It's all distraction. Countermeasures. Okay, I'll get him when I get him.
This concludes our business.
So fancy. I should send her while I'm in a cutscene. I should send her on a mission.
See you in a bit.
See you in a bit. Okay.
Watcher 3, I need that link up to the Dominator. If Lord Jadis wishes to observe, we must accommodate him.
Establishing hololink, sir. Data flow is synchronized.
Glad you found the time to pay us a visit, Agent. Take your place. The briefing starts now.
What briefing? Didn't realize I was late.
Sorry, Agent. It's been hectic.
Lord Jadis, are you receiving our transmission?
I am. Proceed, Keeper.
Very well. You all know we've been attempting to determine the dissidents' plan of attack. Thanks to recent operations, we have the information we need. Unfortunately, the news is worse than we expected. A major strike is imminent. The dissidents are targeting the ancient power conduits that run beneath the capital.
One minute. This is struggling British power class one place capital. Seems like an unusual choice. Remain silent.
Their intention is to overload the power grid, causing a cascade failure that would detonate the power relay stations. The resulting explosions would kill hundreds of people, and the blackout would leave us vulnerable to further attacks.
Sir, aren't all access points to the power grid under military control?
All but one. The terrorists intend to access the power conduits through the Dark Temple.
Oh, wait. When cables get twisted up, it's so annoying. Come on, come on. Come on, come on. Jump a little higher. Okay. Remain silent.
I'll sum up for those of you unfamiliar with the history. The Dark Temple predates Drummoncass's colonization. It was sealed by the Sith during the city's construction. When the Dark Council opened it some months back, they found it inhabited by force-driven phenomena. Workers on site began disappearing inside, controlled by unknown entities.
But whereas we saw the Dark Temple as a threat to be contained, the dissidents saw it as an opportunity. The temple rests directly above a key power junction. If the dissidents can push past the, phenomena, they can access the grid.
These dissidents have been planning. They have supplies, maps, and weapons, and they're not counting on making it out alive. This is a suicide run.
Suicide run. Suicide run. Good for us.
At least we'll be rid of them one way or another.
We have security footage of dissidents heading toward the Dark Temple. A full squad of operatives will pursue the...
No.
My lord?
There will be no squad. The Dark Temple is sacred ground and will not be unduly disturbed. My agent will go alone.
Are you sure about this?
My lord, I strongly urge you to reconsider. If the dissidents succeed, we...
The spirits of the temple must not be disturbed. Not by terrorists and not by Imperial intelligence. One agent will suffice. My role here is finished. Do as I will, Keeper.
Very well. Then the decision is made. You will go to the Dark Temple, stop the radicals from reaching the conduits and detonating their charges.
Who wants to live forever?
Is a mission like a suicide mission?
If you don't make it back, appropriate arrangements will be made.
We'll monitor you as long as we can. but the temple blocks most transmissions. So just, good luck, Agent.
Oh, yeah. She's definitely got a
When
thing
I
for
get back, we should celebrate. Just you and me and a couple of drinks.
No promises, but whatever gets you through the mission.
Go on, Agent. The Dark Temple is waiting.
No wonder everybody likes the the Imperial Agent story. So much flirting, god damn. Okay. I read it as Power Lube, not Power Tube. Okay. The flirting is definitely like affecting everything. Jesus. Watcher freaking 2. Okay, so level 14. My companion is back. Yeah, send her on a mission immediately. Just wasting money. But hey, I guess... What did I say? Somebody asked, anyone else drunk? And he says, not today. Why not today? Okay, no, whoops. Let's actually check what that guy said. Legacy perks. Let's cool down to 30 minutes, 30 minutes, 30 minutes. Okay. Damn. Prudent mounting. Wow, so freaking expensive. There's been a lot of new companions, actually. Strongholds. Weird how I still didn't get this, though. It's interesting. Okay. I'll reply to that person. Okay. The map chat is insane. Oh, no. Ah. Keep pressing F for keep pressing the wrong thing. F for the rocket boost and like mouse click for
Destination. Enjoy your stay.
Mouse click for crouching. But it's the other way around. Little self-insert, why not? Yeah, run that. Run that. Okay. It's worth a shot. I typed it. I kind of self-advertised in the map chat. Why not? Why not? Who cares? Okay. You have 9 conquest points. Okay. Haven't even checked the conquest thing yet. I checked it a little bit, but don't really fully see. I think Starfighter.
Anything else?
Oh, she's back. Okay. Off to a different mission you go. Well, the exact same mission.
I'll get to work.
Damn, 10 grades. Jeez. So I assume every 60... Okay, we have a hater. So it's 600 levels of crafting or gathering. There's... Was it 60? What does it say? No, 10 grades. Okay, divided by 10, so I assume every 60 points the grade changes. I guess. Oh my god. Map chat is crazy. Medical droid. Ooh, I remember this. We have a hater. Oh my god. Okay.
My tomb echoes with the footfall of plunderers. Cleanse this hallowed place, and I will grant you power.
Power.
Such power.
Okay. 7. Get away from me! Stop your center. Stop. Stop. It's so weird how you can't dodge. I'm so used to dodging and not being able to dodge is so weird. There we go. Nice little positive message. Okay. So what do I actually have to do here? So this is like a side quest? What is this? Mission complete. Oh. Okay. The whispers of Neo Venomous scroll louder. Damn, the entire area. Okay. Oh. And it's gone. Okay. Okay. Pew pew. Oh shit, look at that. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, just have to make sure not to die. Come on, stop chasing me. Wait a minute, I could just stop him. There we go. And boom, okay. The sin, the myth, the legend, the destroyer of worlds, the undefeated, the necro, even Lucifer fears, is streaming. Okay. Probably could have done a better intro, but it is what it is. Hey, Romperstein, welcome. Welcome back. Yes, I am back. He's back. Lord Voldemort's back. My back. Okay. Yes, welcome back. I am back. Well, I'm trying to be back. How many more times can I say the word back? Back. Okay. How are you doing? Well, it's not bad. I've kind of decided to give this game a try again. Well, not so much of a try, it's more of like a... Not really a comeback, it's just, you know, my goal is to kind of play through the main story, because I played this game way long ago. Still kind of hopping into Guild Wars 2, you know, here and there. Not so much these days. I did kind of do a stream and, you know, popped in a little bit here and there, but I don't know. I kind of did everything I wanted to do, really, you know, and, you know, until some new content comes back in, or at least new interesting content, then I'll, you know, like pop in a bit on stream, play and whatever. So yeah, but since I played this game way long ago, and I'm, you know, pretty much a big Star Wars fan, always have been. Yeah, it was one of my favorite games way back then, and I was like, you know what? Let me, because I was trying to figure out like which game I should try next and whatever, just for variety's sakes, you know, why not? And I was like, screw it, let's play this one, you know, at least through the story. And when I finish the story, then I'll kind of decide if I'll go into the expansions or whatever. But the main thing will actually be basically the story. So not too many, you know, if any, side quests and stuff. But we'll see how it goes. I'm kind of going by gut. I haven't played Guild Wars 2 in a while. I'm gacha gamer now. Wait a minute, what's a gacha gamer? Please explain that to me. So you haven't played the game in a while, huh? Okay, well, whoops, wrong way. What's your reasoning? Except if it's the gacha gamer thing. I don't know what that means. Playing a game on my phone. Oh, a gacha game. I kind of assumed that's what you meant, but yeah. Playing a game on my phone. Well, I mean, you know, you do you. What can I say? I mean, I can't critique too much because I used to play. Wait a minute, what is that? Peralta's Place is rating with party of 8. Ooh, Peralta's Place. Hey, welcome back. Raid. Welcome. Hopefully you had a good time at your shindig, your event, stream, whatever. Good to see you. But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to finish my sentence quickly. Rumperstein. I used to play one mobile game, and it was sounds kind of silly now, but The Simpsons Tapped Out, I think. Yeah, it doesn't exist anymore. I guess it got like cancelled or whatever. I don't know. And I'm kind of sucks to say, but I actually did pay some money while I was in the game. So yeah, can't believe I did that. Whoa, why is the camera shaking when I when I walk down the stairs? What the hell? That's weird. I walk down the stairs and it's like how's it going? Got to Kos, I see. Ah, yes, got to Kos, indeed. Well, my kind of plan is to like level like 10 levels each stream, so hopefully it's not gonna take me too long to like reach level 20 on this map, but we'll see. But yeah, Drummond Kos. Like every time I'll go into a new area, well, new, because I visited all these areas 10 plus years ago. Yeah, the nostalgia hits me. It's like a slap in the face. Like I haven't been here in ages. I'm waiting for Guild Wars 3 to see if I like it and how much time I'll have for gaming in general. Well, wait a minute. Has there been news? Like, I haven't been I have seen that Guild Wars 3 has been announced, but like, when will it be released? I have no idea. Like, I'm not sure if there's any news, like when it'll be released. I love how when something explodes, they're just like, whoosh. Okay. I also love when these NPCs just like, you know, walk in place, just looking at the horror going on, and they're like nothing. They're unfazed. Well, I shall punish you for your unfazement. Beta should start in a year. Wow. That's a long time. That's a long time. Detonator charge. Oh. I mean, you know, like, a year can pass just like this. So, we'll see. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. Oh, shit. Whoops. Whoops, that's a tough guy. Okay. Hopefully get him first. Please don't kill me. But yeah, I'm pretty interested to see how, like, the thing that I'm most interested, to be honest, when it comes to Guild Wars 3, the gameplay. I'm really interested to see how it's gonna be like. You know, what will it be like? Will it be very familiar, or will it be something like, whoa, what is this? You know. I kind of hope it's not gonna be like what can I compare it to? I hope it's not gonna be like, even though these games that I'm gonna list are great, but I hope the gameplay is not gonna be like Dark Souls, like the new Assassin's Creed games, Hogwarts Legacy. What else? You know, that kind of gameplay. I mean, it's okay, but it kind of feels like the same thing over and over again. I don't know. As soon as I see somebody dodge, it's the exact same animation, the exact same like flow, vibe. I don't know. I hope you know, the abilities are not gonna be like dumbed down to like 4 buttons and that's it. If it's an MMO, military? If it's not an MMO,
I heard the
then
shots, but I wasn't sure.
I don't know. I don't know what to say.
I can't believe you actually followed us in here. None of us are gonna make it back out. You know that, right?
I can hurt him. Okay. You're finished. Where's everyone else?
I know you're one of the terrorists. Tell me what's happened.
I'm one of the terrorists, all right. Like everyone you kill. That's why we decided to make a stand. To terrorize.
Ah, making a stand, huh? Okay.
A dozen of us came into the temple and the rest are dead. Or gone. Same with you, I guess.
I can't believe I'm so patient nowadays. Like when I first played this game, I just massively skipped through all the cutscenes, and you know, like I only paid attention to certain cutscenes that really interested me. But now I'm like, nah, I'm just gonna take it in. You know, that's kind of like the concept. We'll see. I hope not. Well. You've matured, I guess, yeah. Well, I hope. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, I've seen a lot of different gameplay styles, you know, regarding like modern games. I'm just waiting for like the next big thing, the next big change, the next, you know, new, fun, interesting, you know, gameplay, but it feels like it's kind of rinse and repeat. Have some stuff I need to do tonight. Apologies, I won't be able to stick around and chat. Hope you smashed through the levels today. Well, thank you, Peraltas. Thank you for the raid. That was very generous of you. Fun to see as well. Glad to have seen you, man. Wow. Yeah, thanks for joining in. I'll see you next time. Join when you can. When you're not doing anything important. Have a good one, man. Okay, let's see. Timothy, I guess. What are you hoping for?
You should have known you couldn't pull this off. What did you mean to accomplish?
To show the Empire what it means to fight for freedom. And we still will. You can shoot me now. You can save the power grid, preserve the Imperial lifestyle for a little longer. But there are other cells. They'll keep fighting.
Do I want to kill him? I'll just say let's go.
Calm down and I'll get you out of here.
You're not leaving. No one is. This place is death, don't you get that? You can't stop me. You have to kill me. Shoot me now, Imperial, before the ghosts get into your head.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Like, yeah, we're all chasing nostalgia, especially, you know, I guess some of us who are maybe slightly older than like the broad audience. When I say older, I mean like 30 plus. I guess. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's not so much about nostalgia. Maybe it's like when I see a new game come out, the one thing, even though I can't really call myself like a typical gamer, you know, like playing all of these different games and whatever. I have played a lot of games throughout my life, but I don't know. The one thing I'm always kind of looking forward to when it comes to like a new game is like something new, something refreshing, something different, but you know, not necessarily for the sake of being different, more just about, you know, something to hook me in, to have fun. I don't know. But when I see like, you know, rinse and repeat, sure, if it ain't broken, don't fix it, but, you know, how many times do I have to come across not broken, don't fix it, not broken, don't fix it. Give me something new, exciting, I don't know. So he wants me to kill him. Let's tease him. You're afraid of the temple.
You don't care if the ghosts get into my head. You're worried they'll get into yours.
Yep.
Yes, damn you! That's not how I want to go.
He is afraid.
I saw what happened to my friends. I took comfort in the fact that I'd die when we took out the power grid. Have mercy. Kill me now before the ghosts come.
Lord have mercy. I don't know. I don't really feel like killing him.
Here, take this med pack, patch yourself up, and get out of here.
Not really.
Serious? Look, let me turn myself in. I'd rather face torture than the things down here.
Oh, really? Okay. I expect full cooperation. See, I wouldn't say, you know, just don't get killed. Either number 1 or number 3. I expect cooperation. Luck. Let's do the funny one.
Torture's the least you can look forward to. There won't be any ghosts.
Yeah.
I understand.
Okay. Nice. The thing is, like, I'm not really aiming for, you know, necessarily light side, necessarily dark side. I'm just kind of going by gut. Whatever kind of feels like something I would probably do. Okay. Really happy that I have the jetpack thing, or rocket boost, I mean. By the way, just a quick mention, especially for anybody else who is watching, I have played this game a lot 10 plus years ago, and I've done a lot of different things. I've unlocked a lot of perks and whatever, so like I don't have any character perks here on this character because it's a fresh character, but I've done a lot of different things. I've unlocked... I have HK51. It's funny. I've done a lot of different things on different alts, but all of my alts are basically dead. They're all wiped because of some sort of like server-wide character deletion thing. I don't know. I don't know what they were doing. I don't know why they had to do that, but I don't know. Gotta keep the servers healthy, I guess. I don't know. Where? Oh, okay. The main question. Yes. Whoops! I went the wrong way. Fuck. Where'd you get the name? The Sin. As soon as I can I mount up? Nope. Yeah. Where'd I get the name? The Sin. Got it inside a church. Okay, here's a... I think Romperstein has got it. He got it inside a church from a priest when he confessed his sins, and he had 14 sins, so that's why... Yes. You know, like...
Did you say
just
something?
like there are the 10 commandments,
Someone talking to me.
there are also 14 sins, so... Yes, Romperstein got it right on the head. there's this one YouTube comment where somebody asked, like, why is your name the Sin? It's like, even when I played in VR, like, a lot of people asked, like, well, not a lot, but, like, every now and then somebody comes in and says, just out of the blue, like, why is your name the Sin? And, like, it's funny, like, most of the time when I hear that question, I look at their name just out of curiosity, and I actually get the urge to ask them, like, why is your name, you know, whatever their name is. But anyway, the actual explanation for my username, it's... I've pretty much struggled, like, even nowadays I kind of struggle with coming up with names for characters and whatever. That's one reason. The other reason is I've always kind of wanted to... That's actually what I did on my super early playthroughs of this actual game. I had like 15 different alts, and each alt... Actually, I don't know how I managed to do that. Each alt had his own twist on my actual name, my real life name. So the name, the part of the name, Sin, is actually kind of part of my real name. So yes, I know it. You know, it has another meaning. Sometimes, I guess, unfortunately, sometimes kind of not. I don't really care. It's kind of funny. But yeah, I kind of wanted to, like, when I named my characters, I actually wanted to put the 3 letters in, like, to include them. So every single character has to have a sin. Beautiful. But yeah, so that's basically the reason, you know. And I couldn't really make up like the one name that I would use. So I was just like, why not just use Sin, you know? And then I added the, so the Sin, And that's the second reason. And the third reason is because nobody else actually uses that kind of name, so yay me, I guess. Meanwhile, everybody is like shooting at me. So yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, there's actually a kind of like a fourth reason too. I've also wanted to figure out a name, because I'm not like natively from like the US or the UK or whatever. I'm not from a country that natively speaks English, so it's especially hard to like figure out a username that could be like easily readable or easily pronounceable in English, you know. So that's kind of like the bonus fourth reason, I guess. So it's kind of simple. It's easy, you know. Sin, the Sin. And yes, the religious factor is astounding. All of my game usernames are Bubba21. And the reason is that because my family at home calls me Bubba, like for a nickname. Okay, I mean, Bubba is easy to say. It's, you know, sounds fun. I don't know.
These droids have lost their minds. They're attacking everything.
Speaking of Bubba, I think... I don't know when Bubba Tea was actually invented or popularized or whatever. Became popular. I think last year is actually the first time ever in my life that I actually tried Bubba Tea. And when I tried it, I was like, what the hell? This is not tea? What? This cold drink with like bubbles that you can kind of chew on, that's not tea? What the hell is what? And now my baby cousin's my baby cousin who's 2 years old can pronounce my name. Yes. There you go. There you go. That's making it easy for him. little bonus. Bubba, yeah. Because the natural baby sound. Well, I kind of think of it as something a baby can easily say, you know. So a baby can't pronounce, like, I don't know. What's the like DNA is kind of hard to say in my language. Not super hard, but like it's hard. The actual like full version of DNA. So I doubt a baby can say that. You know. So yeah, Baba is way easier to say. So when I see her, she always goes.
Coming down over the city from that height and at that velocity, the collateral damage alone could cost millions.
If the reactor core was breached, the radiation damage will.
I don't care about the radiation damage. Get me security footage, communications logs, something we can use.
Shouldn't someone be celebrating
Get me a sandwich, goddammit!
All military channels are reporting in. The Dominator has been completely destroyed.
The Dominator. Dominator?
Someone want to tell me what the Dominator is?
Yes.
Good to see you. There was a secondary target. Apparently...
Watcher 2, I still need confirmation. And you, Agent, get ready to move. We need everyone operational.
Sorry, sir. But there were over 3,000 people on that ship. Half of them civilians.
I'm aware of that. Do your job, Watcher 2. Run the numbers.
Goddamn job.
Lockdown procedures are in place. All traffic has been grounded.
Initial analysis is done.
His ass was like on the subtitles, and I was like,
getting conflicting reports from the Car City spaceport. Trying to sort it out.
Nothing could have survived that explosion. All sources confirm casualties are 100%.
Then Darth Jadis is dead.
No, he's not. My nickname was promised to me 3,000 years ago by a warlock in the woods. I actually wanted to ask you, Romperstain, like, what's your story? But yeah, that sounds like a very legit story. Yeah, your story is definitely the most interesting one out of all of ours. Wish I met a warlock. Tell me what's going on. What? What?
How's that possible?
There was an explosion aboard the Dominator. We're not sure about the origin, but it has to be connected to the dissidents. Darth Jadis was leaving on a special tour of the Empire.
Nobody understands him, that's funny.
Personnel, civilians, and Sith to his flagship as part of some grand vision. Now they're all dead.
It'd be really funny if, like, the alien, if he, like, talked in his language, but nobody actually understands him. They all just pretend, you know, okay, he's doing his job well, so we're gonna leave it to him, but we have no idea what he's saying. Romper means break in Spanish, and Stein. I never know if it's Stein or Steen, but I guess both is valid. Ah, Rammstein. Yes, Rammstein. Du hast mich. Yes, beautiful. I think I know that one, and I know probably maybe 1 or 2 songs, sadly. But I have one female friend who is like crazy about him, goes on all the concerts, and from what I've heard and seen, like Rammstein's concerts are like art freaking festivals of their own. Sleeping a special tour, Empire, for military personnel, civilians, Sith flagship part of Imperial. What's our move? Try not to think about it. They won't get away with this. I don't know. I'll just be neutral. What's our move?
How are we responding?
Standard planetary security procedures. No one goes anywhere until we say so.
Sir, we've got a starship trying to take off. Several dissidents from the watch list are aboard. Military squads are moving to intervene.
They'll blow the ship to pieces. I want the terrorists alive, and I want their computer intact.
And get me the goddamn sandwich.
Do we have any Sec-M units available?
What? I don't...
The Sec-Ms, the mouse droids. Find one and bring it back now. Whatever ordeal you went through in the Dark Temple, your recovery will have to wait. I need you in the field.
Okay. I need you in this room, back here. But sir, why? Don't ask me questions. So it's a combo of Spanish and German. Whatever. Okay. Understood. Oh. How bad can it be?
Can't be worse than what I just went through.
Oh, she approves. Okay.
Perhaps not, but you got the job done, and you'll get this one done too.
I have the droid here.
Burr, 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 burr.
Agent, I need you to get to the city cargo port. There's a terrorist ship attempting to take off. Take the mouse droid and deliver it into one of the ship's maintenance conduits. With the droid aboard, we can disable the hyperdrive and download its computer contents.
Like the droid sounds in like Star Wars droids, but robots in Star Wars, they all, well, most of them have, they sound very cute, you know, but I am not sure if they're actually intentionally making them sound cute, or if they just, you know, sound cute, well, because they are. And that's what I like. I like that it doesn't seem like they're kind of forcing it. Well, at least not in well, let's say pre-Disney. Reward, can say we'll have to try. Okay, and then I can board a ship. We shouldn't show mercy. I can board a ship. I can board a ship.
Let me stow away. I'll handle the terrorists personally.
No. I appreciate the sentiment, but it's too risky. We do this my way. Get going. We need you to plant that mouse droid. Any conduit on the ship's outer hull should do. And when you're back, we have things to discuss.
And make sure to bring my sandwich as well. Okay. Level 50. Is it 50? Yep, 15. Oh, wait a minute. What? I got a lot of new abilities. Okay. Interesting. So, I have... Yeah, so we're 5 levels away from actually reaching my goal. I don't know if I'll actually manage to do it in, like, in one stream, but we'll see. Because I don't really want to go too long, but I guess I'll definitely be here for, like, the next hour and a half. But, like, more than the next 2 hours, I don't know. Kind of gonna get too late. Heroic moment. Seize the moment. Restoring 2% of your maximum health every 3 seconds. Wait a minute. Let me slightly lower the... Even though the music is great, I'm just gonna lower it a little bit. %. Okay. Somebody mentioned that the volume was kind of like overpowering my microphone, so... Oh well. I mean, I can kind of put it closer. But... I don't know. There we go. Maybe like this. Yeah. A little bit closer. Okay. Anywho. So, that's the heroic thing. 5-minute cooldown. Okay. Oh yeah, regarding the companion. So, what I want to do, regarding to like extra credits, hopefully, I want to level up slicing, because somebody mentioned that slicing is actually a good way to earn a little bit extra credits. And if my memory serves me well, when you like level up slicing, it actually, the rewards from the missions, these are the missions, you kind of send your companions on missions. I guess there's a chance, or there, you know, the chance becomes bigger of you getting like credit boxes or something like that. So, but so far to level this thing, I'm spending a lot of credits, so hopefully it better be worth it. And also, one of my main goals, besides like, well, doing the story, is to
enjoy your stay.
Accumulate enough credits to buy like very practical things. Like I want to improve my speeder's speed. So that, and
citizens.
I don't know.
A dangerous criminal was
maybe
last
some other
seen
things.
in this sector. Civilians are hereby granted access to scanner probe resources to aid in apprehending the offender.
Okay. Why am I going on foot? I have no clue. So I have to go to this building. Yes. Like, I've also noticed that, well, this wasn't available when I last played it 10 plus years ago. So you can change between 2 different playstyles. The thing is, it sucks that you have to subscribe. I'm not sure if you like once you subscribe and when your subscription runs out, if you can still switch between. If I assume you can't. But yeah, it's a pretty cool addition. It just sucks. Like if you can't switch on the fly, that would kind of suck. I mean, I know that these things you can switch on the fly, I guess, if you're in like a safe zone or whatever, unless you have this. But I'm not gonna get this, like, nah. Not yet, at least. So yeah, I'm just like curious about this. I have no idea how this works. Maybe somebody in map chat knows. Can you switch combat styles on the fly whenever? Okay. Imperial agent. Oh yeah, I haven't finished reading through the abilities. Adrenaline probe. Summon a droid, helps you recover 50 energy over 3 seconds. Oh, it's like a self-heal kind of thing. I actually like if I remember correctly, when I played, I actually split up my abilities like the bar above is like only offensive ones and the bar below is like only heal ones, so I already kind of messed up. Whoops. I guess I'll put this here. Adrenaline probe. So the ambush. What is ambush? Fires a high power shot, deals. Okay. Ambush ignores 20% of the... Okay, so it's a very high powered ability. Okay. Like for now, I'll keep the abilities as they are, like when it comes to like hotkeys, but maybe later on I'll kind of map it differently so I don't have to do a big stretch to like press number 9 or whatever. Okay, somebody answered in map chat. Yes, if you buy the prick from Legacy, otherwise you can respec at rest zones. I see you can do that only as a sub. What happens? Your sub runs out. Can you still respec? Okay. Because if I'm able to re-specialize, I think, well, once I'm able to do that, I'll at some point I'm gonna have to like at least do a 1-month subscription just to unlock, you know, some things. I'm most likely gonna pick a stealth subclass just so I'll be able to like maybe skip through some unnecessary things. I mean, so far I can pretty much skip a lot of stuff, but some things I kind of don't want to skip. But I like having the ability to choose. Even if I'm not going to use an ability, I like the option. Because restrictions suck. Oh, laze target. Okay, so it's kind of like a debuff. Well, not really. Oh, shit. Nope. Nope, use all my defenses. God. Nope, I'm probably gonna die. Nope. Okay. Whoops. I kind of went like pretty optimistic there. Should have used cover, should have used my abilities in advance. Blah. Oh well. One thing that I really like compared to like Guild Wars 2 that's kind of like the only MMO I can kind of compare it now. But it's fine. It's one of the best. Most people would agree. I really missed permanent stealth. Like permanent stealth for me has always been like super cool. Okay. My colleague is testing something and I got a work email this late. Like, what the hell are you doing, colleague? Like, go to bed. Go to frickin' bed. Okay, so, not gonna make the same mistake twice, hopefully. Laze immediately. Why did I not heal? Okay, the cool thing is, like, I can laze her, but it's not... Okay, probably works.
You want some of this?
Oh, okay, I'll... Ah. Yeah. I got it. I just didn't read it. Damn it. Okay, so... kind of want to make sense of this. Restoring 2 max 3 seconds, and this... recover energy. Okay, so I'll put this here. I'll put this before ambush, because it'll go, like, from left to right. The way that I kind of like to configure my abilities, even though it's not exactly like that right now, but at some point I'm gonna reconfigure some stuff. I like making it like weakest, like from weakest to hardest hitting, like from left to right, that kind of thing. So it kind of makes sense, like, you know, the ability that has the most cooldown, the highest cooldown goes way on the right, and, you know, the basic attack goes on the left, and that kind of like organizing of things. Anyway, cutscene. Oh, look at it! Look, little cute mouse droid. If I had a robot vacuum, I'd love it. Love for it to be like a little mouse droid. It would definitely be a mouse droid. Okay, not sure what happened there, but okay. Oh, you. Okay. Ambush. By the way, the reason why I chose sniper over like a stealthy kind of gameplay initially, my way of thinking was, well, if I'm a sniper, I'm obviously gonna be, you know, more long range, and I think long range is kind of better, as in, like, compared to melee when it comes to, I don't know, you keeping a safe distance and, you know, just like pew-pewing them from afar and whatever. The only thing that I don't like about this specific playstyle is that I'm very static. So I'm not a fan of being too static. I like it when it's like a, I don't know, a tough enemy from afar, or if I'm like picking off certain like small enemies, but most of the time I'm pretty much like kind of imprisoned to being like confined to being static. Because if I had chosen the stealth one,
enjoy your stay.
There would probably be a lot more movement. I was also thinking about like choosing a bounty hunter-ish, not exactly a bounty hunter class, because that, well, changes the story, but like the bounty hunter advanced class kind of gameplay, subclass, whatever. I have to learn the names of the actual things. It's completely different nowadays. Where is it? Combat style. Yeah, the combat styles. So freaking combat styles. Whoops. How many classes this game has? It has, well, technically it has 8 classes, but because it's Star Wars and you decide between like light side and dark side, or not light side, dark side, Republic and Empire, so like 2 factions, kind of like World of Warcraft, but I think World of Warcraft has slightly more variety, I guess. It's not the same. So I think technically it has like 4 different... How would I explain it? So there's 2 factions, and on both factions you have kind of like 4, let's say, main styles of gameplay. Like on the Republic side you have, like, let's say, a Jedi Knight, you know, like a sword-wielding guardian, whatever. But on the Empire side, you basically have the exact same thing, but like different animations, different, maybe... I guess it's different animations. Kind of the same ability, but different animation. So if it was like a Jedi Knight, like a light side one, he would, like, instead of like choking his victim to death, he would like force push him or something, you know. So it's kind of like 4 classes on this side, 4 classes on this, but they're kind of the same-ish thing. But 8 different stories. So, you know, the Jedi Knight has his own story, the Dark Jedi Knight has his own different story, you know, that kind of thing. Different planets of origin, different home planets. So, but in essence, when it comes to gameplay, there's like 4 basic, let's say, types of gameplay, and then you can choose, nitpick and choose like the subclass, let's call it. Back when I used to play, like 10 plus years ago, it was kind of stricter, as in like, okay, if you choose a Jedi Knight, like after level 10 you can decide what kind of Jedi Knight, you know. It branches out into two different gameplay styles. Like, will you be like a tank Jedi Knight, or will you be more of a damage dealer, you know, with double swords and stuff like that? But nowadays they kind of made it so if you're a Jedi in general, so there's 2 types of Jedis. There's Jedi Knight and there's Jedi Sage. So Jedi Knight is like the, let's say, focused more on lightsaber combat, whatever. And the Jedi Sage, the second like Force user class, is more about like Force powers, you know, like throwing rocks with the Force and stuff like that, mind tricks. But nowadays, if you choose like a Jedi Knight story or class, you can pick any kind of Force subclass, let's call it. And also you can even pick, even if you're a Jedi, you can like do dark side stuff. So it definitely, like, that one change that they did, like not confining you to like only 2 subclasses. Now you can choose 8 subclasses. So that's, well, depends on which class you are. I can totally understand if it's kind of confusing. It's very simple, but it's kind of hard to explain, I guess. Or it's hard to...
Welcome back, Agent.
Hard for me to explain it, I don't know.
Absolutely excellent.
The mouse droid has just sent the contents of the ship's computer, sir. I'll send the military to pick up the dissidents.
At least one thing's gone smoothly today. The worst seems to have passed, but don't expect to rest anytime soon.
In short, I'd say there's 4 classes on each faction. So there's 2 factions, 4 classes, basically. And then you choose your subclass, and that's basically it. We seem to pass, but don't expect to rest anytime soon. I understand. What's our status?
Do we know any more about the attack?
We're fairly certain the explosion came from inside the Dominator. In all likelihood, one of the civilians on board was the bomber.
Keeper, I'm receiving a transmission. Someone's broadcasting a holo-recording to the entire Imperial communications network.
Oh.
Can we see it?
Patching it through now. I'm going to try to pinpoint the source.
Citizens of the Empire.
The Eagle.
This is the Eagle. I'm here to tell you that our government is corrupt. When the Emperor signed his treaty with the Galactic Republic, we were promised a new epoch.
The Emperor.
Glory unrivaled since the first Sith dynasty. Instead, our Empire has suffered. Apathetic moffs and wicked lords of the Dark Council vie for power, while our soldiers die over worthless planets in nameless star systems.
Typical consolidationist rhetoric. Watcher 2, keep trying to find a source for the broadcast. Everyone else start pulling up our files on the Eagle.
The Eagle. Who is he? What is he all about? What is this all about? He likes to hear himself talk. What is this all about?
Idea what he wants?
Power. Whatever political agenda he's espousing, whatever reforms his followers want, what he's really after is power.
Anyone who speaks out in favor of reform is kidnapped and tortured by Imperial intelligence. This must not continue.
The Ministry of Logistics reports that they can't jam the signal. Everyone in the Empire is seeing this.
A short while ago, a group of defiant revolutionaries destroyed an Imperial dreadnought. 3,000 people were aboard, including Darth Jadis, a Lord of the Dark Council. We chose to strike at Darth Jadis publicly so that every Imperial citizen would know the truth. The Dark Council is not invulnerable. We can effect change. We regret the sacrifice of so many civilians, but it was necessary. The Empire cannot cover up this momentous event. Imperial intelligence cannot silence our call to arms.
Get to the point, you piece of filth. What is it you really want to say?
I wonder how many people, like, when they watched this story, or this moment, reacted like, oh my god, it's just like real life. It's not a bad speech, he's a lunatic.
What do you mean?
Here it comes.
This is only the first step towards a better future. We have agents throughout the Empire preparing to strike again and again. We will not relent until our government chooses strength over weakness, unity over discord. We will continue to show the anger of the people. This is the Eagle. End transmission.
Okay.
So, our enemy has a name.
The enemy?
Deal with that, Agent?
By the way, Ramperstein, if you're still there, I don't know if you already guessed, but I am doing a playthrough of this game. Like, specifically, I'm going to get through the base game story. Kind of like I did with, well, almost exactly like I did with the Guild Wars 2 with my Warrior playthrough. Except I've never played the Warrior before, but here I'm just like, it's been so long, it's kind of like I'm playing, you know, like I haven't played it. So my ultimate goal with the next couple of streams is to get through the whole base game story with this class character, and then I'll decide if I'll go through with the expansions and stuff like that. But I'll definitely stick to, you know, beating the whole base game story, and I'll kind of mostly focus on the story. So when that's one of the reasons why I'm kind of not skipping the cutscenes. Sometimes I kind of, if I sense that, okay, you know, he said what he had to say, and then, you know, to not draw out the cutscene, I kind of like hit spacebar to kind of just a little bit of a tiny skip. But all in all, you know, just mostly gonna focus on the story, maybe a couple of side quests or something, but mostly story. So yeah, and these choices, by the way, like 1, 2, 3, depending on what you pick, obviously you're gonna get, you know, a slightly darker choice, a slightly, you know, good guy choice, and whatever. And sometimes, if your companion is present, you can kind of, like, depending on what you say, your companion either approves or disapproves. So the way that I'm gonna do it, I'm just gonna follow my gut. I'm not gonna, you know, pick sides, or, you know, try to get my companion to be like trying to appease my companion or whatever. Nah, I'm just gonna, you know, if I decide to like appease my companion to get those points and whatever, because there are actual points, I'm just gonna go to the shop and buy her like 1,000 chocolates, and you know, it's funny. It literally is how like that. you just buy tons of gifts, and you know the affection skyrockets. It changes the story, depends on what you choose. Yes. So if you, I assume you've never seen this game before, except you probably heard of it or seen gameplay, or I don't know. But whatever. In any case, yeah, you pretty much what you pick in dialogue can affect the story. Like sometimes it's just like an offhand comment, which, you know, just literally you say it once and nothing changes. But sometimes it can change. Now because I'm playing through this again, and it's been a long time, I can't remember how much the story changes, but it definitely it affects stuff. So it's cool. It's I love that, you know, all the dialogues are like voice acted. So yeah, but I mean, you know, as I play it, some differences with Guild Wars 2 are very obvious. Some of the things that this game has, I'm not as big of a fan at, you know, as Guild Wars 2, especially when it comes to gameplay and whatever. It's definitely less modern, less fluid, and, you know, very tab targety and whatever, old school, which is okay, but, you know, it's very obvious. Kind of have to get used to it, but the story is way more interesting. I don't know, honestly, way more interesting. And the reason why I picked this specific class is mostly because of the story. The Imperial Agent, that's the class, is widely considered the best story in this game. So that's kind of like the main reason why I picked it. But gameplay-wise, I kind of was picking, like, will I play more according to the how the Imperial Agent would play, or would I maybe play like kind of like a bounty hunter, you know? But I'm still kind of deciding, not really too sure which subclass to pick, the secondary subclass. So I don't know, we'll see. Think you deal with that, Agent? I can.
It won't be a problem, sir.
I can.
Glad to hear it. We've made mistakes today. We underestimated the Eagle. We were too slow to eliminate the dissidents. We assumed the Dark Temple was the sole terror's target. But you performed above and beyond expectations.
It's funny how the bad guys are British.
People, and now you're going to show us the way forward.
Like, if they didn't talk in this accent, how would you know they were the bad guys? You know, well, what can you do? Like, in the original movies, they had a British accent, so it is what it is. But you gotta admit, it sounds cool. Show us all these people and are going to show us the way forward. Show us the way. I didn't know anything special. How do you mean? Finally noticed, did you? Finally noticed, did you?
Nice to know someone recognizes my skills.
For once, try to sound professional. You are going to head our operation to dismantle the Eagle's network. You will locate and eliminate his terror cells through infiltration, manipulation, and assassination. I am assigning you a rank and designation as suits your new position. You no longer have a name. You will answer only to Cypher 9.
I remember this, yeah, Cypher 9. Yeah, Cypher 9, wow. Nostalgia. Oof. Cypher 9. I want to my identity. See, like, if I selected like the third option, even though he's gonna say, like, no, I'm gonna stick to my old name. Nah, it's the plot armor is too strong. It's gonna stay Cypher 9. Let's see what he says.
I have a name. I'm not giving it up, even for Imperial intelligence.
It's part of the job, I promise.
Yeah, it's part of the job.
You'll get used to it.
Cypher 9, huh? Cute. But I think I'll keep calling you Agent.
With the rank comes certain privileges, including a degree of operational independence. You may recruit your own operatives, and you will be outfitted with a starship. Watcher 2, you will remain Cypher 9's liaison to base. I assume that won't be a problem?
No problem, sir. Glad to stay a part of this operation.
Good. Begin analyzing all reports on recent dissident activity. I want a list of possible terror cell locations within the hour. The Eagle says he's got agents around the galaxy. Assuming he's telling the truth, you're going to be doing some traveling.
Yay, traveling. Honestly, I can't wait. Oh, by the way, when he said traveling, because this is Star Wars, and it's one of the coolest things that I found out back when I played the first time. You actually get your own spaceship. Technically, you don't actually get to physically fly it, control it, steer it. But it's really cool. It's like whoever is a Star Wars fan or sci-fi fan in general, it's really cool that you have your own spaceship, your own little instance, and every class has a different spaceship, and you can at any point you can pick to go basically into any planet that you want. Well, assuming that it's at least it's either your level or below, or the level range. So yeah, I can't wait to go to Tatooine. It's like the big desert sand planet. It's always been my favorite planet in Star Wars. So, but that's level 30-ish, I think, or level 20 something to 30 something, something like that. But yeah, sounds good.
I'm looking forward to it.
So I'm pretty excited about that. I can't wait to see it again.
Your starship is at the spaceport. It's been refit and removed from public record.
Okay,
Watcher 2 will upload likely activity centers for the Eagle and his network. Proceed to your targets as you see fit.
Okay, so I don't actually steal my own ship. I think that's a different class. I'm not gonna say which one, but yeah. Okay, so you actually get fitted with one. Anything else? Didn't see me coming. Time for payback. Anything else?
Any final instructions, sir, or is that all?
Be careful of these people, Cypher. Destroying the Dominator was no mean feat. Killing Darth Jadus was nearly unthinkable. But this is our job. Do whatever is required. And good luck.
I kind of doubt that Darth actually died. I mean, no way he died. But who knows? Maybe he did. I don't know. We'll see. I'm really happy that I actually forgot about these certain details in the story. It's kind of like watching a TV show you haven't watched in years, and you're like, oh my god, I forgot that happened. And I'm glad I still have these rocket boots. Whee! So level 15. Level 15, and it's already 1:30 a.m. Tcha. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Your influence rank with Caliogenesis is increased to 6. Okay, cool. Oh, wait a minute. This is funny. I have a new companion unlocked, but I still haven't met him. I think it's a droid that you actually meet in at your ship. So it's funny. I can actually send him on a freaking on a mission.
Excellent.
And I'll do just that.
What I could do to please you.
Okay, there we go. So again, I'm trying to increase my gathering skills, because this specific gathering skill is kind of gonna help me get more credits, I think. And the reason why I'm doing that is because I want to upgrade. I want to be able to pay for my upgrades. Use your ship's holo terminal. See, this is actually I remember this. It says that I should go here, but actually I should go here because it says use your ship's holo terminal. So why would I need to go here? I have no idea.
Enjoy your stay.
When I think about it, maybe I should have used the quick travel, but oh well. It is what it is. It is what it is.
Blasted insurgents. They've sliced the public.
Scared the shit out of me. What
to broadcast traitorous propaganda.
Ooh, galaxy map. Okay.
Shut them down.
Hada. I still have a mission. So yeah, this is also a very cool thing. Because this is Star Wars. The galaxy is huge. I really like the size of the game. I mean, Guild Wars 2 is also very big, but it feels a lot bigger in Star Wars, like, because it's like this big galaxy and
rapidly, and I believe the lightning spire could be the cause. Might you help me collect samples for further study?
And each part of the galaxy has its own like sectors and, you know, different planets, so that's really cool. I wonder where Tatooine is. Oh, I can zoom out. Okay, so there it is, Tatooine. Ah, really cool animations, really cool, like, everything. So levels 24 to 28.
Job's done. Have a look.
I can't wait. I really can't wait. Okay.
I seem to have outdone myself.
There we go. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. You do this crafting mission, and then gathering, whatever, and it brings you back these like credit cases, yeah. And then when you open it, I wonder how many credits I'll get. Ooh, okay. Cool. So it's like after spending money to make them go on a gathering mission, you kind of get a bit more back in return, which is great. I'll just keep sending them. But the missions, they get like more expensive, so that kind of sucks, but oh well. As long as I'm leveling it.
A task just for you? Oh, thank you, Master.
He's literally like, well, it's obviously based on C-3PO, the droid from the movies, but it's cute. It's 100% within the vibes, what you'd expect. So the immersion factor is really nice. Like this game, if you're a Star Wars fan, it's really cool. You'll if you don't mind the drawbacks, it's fantastic. For a Star Wars fan, it's great. I feel the zero Disney influence. So that's awesome. So that is awesome. My starship. Very cool. Okay. Okay. So this is very cool. Oh, I actually got a... Oh, okay. I thought I got some kind of like special speed boost, but nope. So this is my spaceship. And that's really freaking cool because you actually get to board it. You can like run around it. You can like climb it if you can, but it's really cool. You like enter it, has this little animation. I'm not gonna skip it now, but if it's skippable, I'll skip it. Like it is okay. It is. I wanted to test it like at the very end. I'll skip it every time, but the first time I didn't want. Okay, so really cool. Like this is your own like little private area. Yeah, I get greeted with the droid.
I mean, greetings.
Oh.
I am 2VR8, factotum droid for this vessel. You must be my new master. Gentle, kind new master.
Gentle, kind new master. These dialogue options. My own droid. Excellent. Keeper must have sent you.
Gift from my superior. Here to keep an eye on me, I presume.
My only directive is your satisfaction, Master. Besides, my photoreceptors are not surveillance grade. I am programmed for a wide array of tasks, including but not limited to meal preparation, ship maintenance, janitorial duty, and etiquette.
Excellent.
Welcome aboard
Everything.
The X-70B Phantom.
Well,
an experimental prototype resembling a luxury shuttle that conceals the combat capabilities of a heavy starfighter.
Almost everything, but...
You'll find all of the standard amenities, including your own private captain's locker for storing valuables. The astrogation console contains a constantly updated map of the known galaxy. Interstellar communications are accessed via the ship's holoterminal. Priority alerts that you may find useful are available from the Imperial HoloNet console. Lastly, the ship's intercom will inform your crew that you wish to issue new orders. Any questions, Master?
Really cool. I mean, yeah, it kind of looked like a little, you know, like it's like it's a game, like, you know, who would actually say that? But really cool, really cool. It's very immersive and yeah. Can you fight at all? I'm ready for departure. You can shut up now. Okay,
I have
I'm
a
ready
mission
for
to complete. Time to see what this ship can do.
Thank goodness you aren't deactivating me. I mean, good luck. I regret I am unable to offer you combat support, Master. Frankly, my chassis couldn't withstand the stress. However, should any errands arise that are beneath your superior status, please do not hesitate to call upon me. I function to serve you. Whenever you are ready to depart, consult the galaxy map on your bridge. It will program the proper astrogation coordinates and activate the engines.
Ground control to Major Dom. Okay, cool. So he's gonna serve me and he's gonna see to...
Master, I think you'll be quite pleased.
He's gonna suit to all my needs. Well, not all my needs, but yeah, there's other companions. There's other companions. Okay. So yeah, that's the spaceship. What's really cool is every class has its own different looking spaceship. Like the bounty hunter has this like it literally looks exactly like, almost exactly like the spaceship the Jango Fett and Boba Fett use in the movies, which kind of makes sense. I assume like a lot of people, even including myself, wanted to kind of like role play, you know, kind of like that Jango Fett, Boba Fett kind of, you know, aesthetic. I know that I did. I mean, the thumbnail of my freaking the thumbnail of my first SWTOR video has a freaking bounty hunter in it, so bounty hunter armor, which is technically my alt right now, but I still haven't deleted that character. Well, I don't know if I'll. Maybe I will. I don't know. There's another character that I have. He's a bounty hunter and he's level 30 something. But I have no idea why I actually play that character. I don't know. I can't remember. That's like one of the last characters I actually had before all the alts got wiped by the server. Okay, anyway, I just want to check so I can escape pod. There's the galaxy map. Also, when I used to play the game way back, the only way you could travel the galaxy is you couldn't just click M, you know, the map, and then where is it? Galaxy map. So this was not available when I played. Because nowadays you can just, you know, pick a map and, you know, I guess you can just travel now, like instant travel. But back when I played, you were kind of forced to actually go to your ship manually and then, you know, go via galaxy map. I don't know, like I appreciate that there are both options, but I kind of personally lean towards like actually manually going to your ship. But I guess, you know, for convenience sakes, like if you wanted to, you can open the galaxy map and travel whenever you want. But I don't know, like immersion-wise, I don't know. I kind of like doing it from the ship, but then again, I like having options. So ultimately, in the end, it's a good thing. So okay, intercom. Also, because this is kind of like a safe area, you can talk to your companions. I'm not gonna talk to my companion yet. Not really interested in that yet, so I'll do it at some other point. The only thing that you can't do on this ship, well, one of the things you can't, is you can't decorate it, I think. But the thing that you, the place you can decorate is like your strongholds. Where is it? Okay. So I have my old strongholds unlocked. At least the base game ones. So I have visited, on this stream, I have visited the Tatooine one. At some point I'll come back to the Coruscant one, the Cos City one, Nar Shaddaa. Nar Shaddaa is pretty cool. It's very like luxurious, like New York kind of vibes. At some point later. Okay, use your ship's holo terminal.
Nice digs.
Hopefully I'll reach level 20.
Message on that thing.
Download and begin playback.
Cipher 9, intelligence is finalizing alternatives, but in the meantime, there's a formality we need to address. With Darth Jadis' demise, his seat on the Dark Council has opened. It will be filled by his daughter and sole apprentice, Darth Jorid.
Daughter?
Jadis has a daughter?
She's immediately jealous.
Jorid demands to meet with you. Proceed to Korriban at once. She has authorized your presence in the Sith Academy.
I saw a Reddit post which said that like the Imperial agent story is literally like a TV show. So far, true. If you were rich, would you throw like 350k to be the best at the game if you knew how to play it for at least 10 years? Wait a minute. If you were rich, would you throw like 3,500k to be the best at the game? Wait. Like in any pay-to-win game. So what you're saying is, what you're asking is, I kind of have to rephrase it to kind of understand it. So would I pay, if I was rich, would I pay that much for me to be the best at the game? If I know I'll play it at least 10 years. So I have to pay to be locked in for the next 10 years to like play a game. Sorry, maybe my focus is like all over the place. Yeah, like buying stuff in the cash shop in the game. Well, so in essence, what you're saying is like, if I was rich, would I like throw a lot of money into it just to like, you know, have all these perks unlocked and, you know, be the best at the game? Is that what you're saying? Okay, so I just have to make sure that I understand. Well, listen, like, just like any other game, sure, you know, convenience items are awesome, and I don't really care that if it is or if it's not pay to win, whatever. I kind of look at games, maybe some, you know, maybe you can say it like, I kind of look at it selfishly, as in like, if it's gonna be convenient, if it's gonna like, it's not about necessarily about like saving time. It's more like, well, a major factor is like saving time, but like, I don't know, it's more about feeling. Like, if I really don't feel like, you know, running to another objective, if I can just like taxi my way if I wanted to, then yes, it's very worth it to me to have like a perk to be able to do that. Or I don't know, have some other perks, abilities, whatever. But you know, the funny thing is, at the end of the day, it's not like the perks are not the be all and end all for me in a game, you know. Well, here's part of the answer. The main reason why I'm even playing this game, why I'm even considering to play it and whatever, is the story, you know. So money doesn't really, you know, play money almost doesn't even play a factor. I say almost because the expansions exist. So you have to pay at least one subscription, which I'll probably do, to unlock all of the expansions, you know, up to this point, which is kind of cool because like if one subscription is like, if one recurring subscription is like I don't know, $15 or something like that, sure, I'll gladly pay $15 to unlock all of that story content, you know. I have no idea what the story is like in the expansions because I completely forgot, and I haven't really wanted to spoil it for myself. I mean, even if it gets spoiled, I really want to experience it myself. But yeah, to kind of round off your question, it depends on what you want to do, what your goal is. My goal is to like just play through the base game at first. So money more or less isn't really a factor, you know. Doesn't really give me any big perks. Like the biggest perk that I can get for myself, which technically I can pay to win, is I can like swipe a credit card and I can like instantly get, I guess, or maybe if it's not level capped, the fastest speeder upgrade, you know, so I can like blaze through, or at least go way quicker from like point A to point B. But that's kind of it, you know, that and maybe like, you know, choose different like gameplay styles, like on the fly, I guess, if you're a sub. But that's basically it, you know, like I'm not really, at least right now, money is almost not a factor, you know. I keep saying almost because I'm still not sure if there's like a perk that I've yet to come across that will mean a lot to me when it comes to like story progression or whatever. But so far, so good. I don't have to spend a single dollar to enjoy the game, you know. So that's really good. But yeah, all in all, the story is like the main reason, and then everything else is kind of below it. But if I had the opportunity to like buy a lot of stuff, I mean, sure, I would buy everything that you can buy, you know, if I'm rich. But it won't necessarily make the game better. You know, if the story is shit, I don't know. Yeah, that's it. I don't know what else to say. You probably like, from all this gibberish, you probably like kind of guess what my answer is. If I was rich, yes, I would buy, you know, all the cool stuff and whatever. Will it make me happier? I don't know. Maybe yes, maybe no. But yeah. Okay, she authorized presence to Sith Academy. Prepare to launch. How much about Korriban? This can't be good. Oh, okay, so we're going to Korriban.
Give me a shout if you need something. I'm gonna see how they stock the lounge.
Lounge? Actually, let's go to the lounge. Let's see what the hell she's talking about. So this is, I guess, my bedroom. This is the escape pod. It makes a lot of sense for the escape pod to be like directly across your bedroom. That's actually well thought out. The lounge. The lounge. This is like the meeting area, or I guess the dining area. Mission console. This is like the medical area. This is, I guess, where you go to shoot stuff. This is the exit. Where is the lounge area she's talking about? This is like the cargo hold. Oh! Additional bay available at 20. Oh, okay. Excellent. Okay, so I can offload this crap. I call it crap, but maybe I changed my mind and actually like pick another one of these suits, but so far I'll just hold on to it. Anyway. Sucks that I still have to manually like scroll through the chat to actually see what the new message is. There's this MMO, Allods Online. Is on Steam now, I think. I played it in 2012. Damn. It's getting old. And you could buy like runes and upgrade them to level 13 in 6 slots of gear. And that gives you 130 more damage and healing. But to get it to level 13, on one character, it costs like 25k. What? What the fuck? Wow. What? Well, based on my reaction, you know what I would do. Hell no. I've always wondered what this room is like. What the hell this, like, what? But at the same time, I kind of like these mystery doors, like, I always wonder what's behind there, because on the map it says nothing, but who knows? Just gives this vibe of like, oh, this, you know, it's a, I don't know, it's a big place, it's realistic. So this is where like the crew sleeps, I guess. I have no idea what the lounge area is. I assumed it would be like a kitchen-ish area, like, but apparently such area does not exist. I guess this would be it, but where the hell do they keep the food? I have no idea where I'm going. Okay, anyway. Travel to Korban. And the server I played, there was like 20 guys who had full level 13 runes. Money. And they were like famous. People sit next to them to check the runes, and they're like, wow. Well, I don't know what to say, like, listen. As you said, like, if I was rich, if I had, like, disposable income, if I had, you know... Where the hell am I? Oh, okay. Nice, free travel. Sure. Oh, also, this is very cool. Look at this. So, your ship actually moves, and then it goes into, like, this hyperspace thing, so it's really... It's very... The immersion is... And it actually shows... how the actual planet looks like. So it's not just like a static image of some, like, you know, barely visible planet. It's actually the planet you're next to. So that's really cool. A lot of great, you know, like, given all of the gameplay, you know, outdated gameplay and its faults and whatever, I still love the game. I can't deny it. But anyway, regarding your points, if I had like a lot of disposable money, I mean, I'd still want to spend it on something that I'm actually interested in. Like, if I was interested in that game, sure, why not? You know, if it's not necessarily cheating or whatever, like if it was PvP and I have like an obvious advantage, that would suck. I would kind of feel bad. It wouldn't be fun. Like, I love the fairness in PvP. That's what makes it exciting. But if it's like something to just like spend a lot of money and increase some number on my screen, that's not really fun for me, you know. Like, showing off has never been really fun. It's a great feeling to be like, you know, very powerful and able and whatever, but just for the sake of showing off, I don't know. I'd much rather be successful, but incognito, you know, so that's just me. Okay, I was going the right way. I was kind of like half focused. Good, I was going the right way. Oh my god, that was quick. See, that's one more thing. Like, I'm very amazed, very impressed how quickly the game loads now, because, well, I said this a 1,000 times, but like when I first played this game, I was living with my folks. I was a young kid, and I played it on my PC, which my parents bought for me, and well, those old PCs, you know, they ran pretty much like crap most of the time, and you had to like lower the graphics and whatever to get the gameplay to be as smooth as possible. So it like seeing this right now and how smoothly it loads and everything, it probably doesn't look as smooth on stream because of the internet quality and whatever, not the best, but still for me, like I'm genuinely honestly happy and what's the other word, grateful to be able to experience this, you know. So, you know, I got my own laptop with my own freaking like hard-earned money, and I'm just sitting here and enjoying this, and it's just, you know, yeah, sounds a little, you know, like cringy and whatever. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. Korriban, man, like this planet. Not my favorite planet, but like the memories and, you know, the experience, whatever, this nostalgia. Pretty cool.
This academy is pointless.
It's cool to see like a lot of new players. Well, not a lot, but like new players like come and go here and there. Pompous acolyte. Well, very cool. It's so cool to see like the actual ground like have like teeny tiny rocks, because yeah, back when I played, you know, the graphics super low, and but hey, everything in its own time, as they say. Something like that. But regarding like when you mentioned like, you know, if I was rich and whatever, if I had a lot more money, I would even though this setup is awesome, like I'm really happy that it is the way it is. I have everything that I need. Honestly, I have nothing against, like, you know, having an even better quality speaker system, even better quality microphone, better quality this, that, you know, like 3 different, you know, external monitors and all of this crazy stuff. Do I need it? No. But, you know, if I had the opportunity, sure. Whatever makes life easier. But only for the sake of vanity? Nah. No interesa nada. I love the music too. The music, that's like one of the reasons why I don't have like Spotify running in the background, because I really, really want to enjoy
oh no,
as much as I can.
The X-hatch! My master's gonna kill me! Come on, get in the bag, little one!
these like random dynamic missions. One thing that's kind of annoying me is, I mean, it's a stupid thing, but like as soon as they start talking, like the dynamic quest guys, the volume, it stays exactly the same. No matter how far away I get from them, it stays exactly the same. So it's kind of like, why is it like that? But okay.
Look who made it all the way to Korriban. I think we have a visitor.
Yes, my lord.
Their outfits are so goofy. What the fuck?
I want to be informal with my bodyguards.
Ah, yes, Lady Jorida.
Delightful. You, visitor, don't you find my bodyguards delightful?
What a question. What the fuck? What to say? What to say, what to say, what to say. I'll just ignore it and be like,
I'm from Imperial Intelligence, my lord.
I'm aware of that. And you have the honor of speaking to a member of the Dark Council. This experience should be the highlight of your life.
Bot in chat.
But instead of answering my question,
in-game chat,
you tell me what I already know. Delightful bodyguard, I have a request.
Yes, my lady?
Kill our visitor, please.
As you wish. He's as good as
yeah,
dead.
Right. Silly lord.
Tell me.
I should make you crawl and beg for my wisdom. Later, perhaps. Jadis believed in spreading fear and anger to every corner of the Empire. He wished to share the ideals of the Sith. Perhaps his ambitions drew too much attention. Any one of his rivals on the Dark Council might have killed him.
You think a Sith
I wanted to
was
select the
behind
second
the
one.
attack?
It's okay.
Perhaps. Perhaps not.
Oops.
Chase after your terrorists. Save the lives of your Imperial friends.
Hydrate.
But if you learn who's really responsible, come to me. I've earned my place on the Dark Council, and I won't share
Damn,
my father's fate.
I've been streaming for 4 hours. Jesus Christ. I just realized. But hey, having a great time, actually. By the way, just to mention, Romperstein, if you're still there, thanks for showing up, man. I appreciate it. Nice to see some familiar faces. So yeah, again, as I said, like the next few streams will be basically focused on SWTOR, this game. I really want to go through the base game, and then when I reach the first expansion, then I'll kind of see, like, will I do that? Will I do something else? You know, that kind of thing. So I'm kind of feeling like I'm gonna stick to SWTOR for now. And I think I pretty much made the right choice. Sith Academy, personal encounter. What is that? Why does it have a credit sign? Is this like a paid quest? Little slugs, what the hell? Okay. I mean, I'm glad that... This is gonna sound sarcastic. I mean, I could mean it like a little bit sarcastic, but like, it's good to see that after 10 years that they've added some new things, like in these old areas. But yeah, in the sarcastic sense, like, wow, it took him like fucking 10 years to add, you know, these little things. Maybe not exactly 10 years, but like, yeah, it took him a while. Not sure what they were focusing on. Okay. So what exactly did I do? Power tube. Is that what I picked up? Defeat or wrangle core slug neonates. Sure, why not? Grenade. Nope, okay. Nice. I don't even need my companions now, I just need to send them on missions. Okay. Send her before she can reply. Funny. Wow, Wow. Oh, these missions better pay off, man. Like, I'm literally, like, draining my creds. Trying to level this up probably is gonna be worth it, but damn, I'm draining my creds. Power stem, yes, please. Yes, indeed. Better armor, yes, please. Yeah, that's pretty much it. The XP boost is still running, that's good. Okay. So far I haven't received a lot of, like, new armor. Should I focus on this quest? I don't know. Use your ship's hollow terminal. Okay. Oh, look at that. Okay, so I can wrangle them. That's interesting. Defeat or wrangle? Ah, it's kind of easier to defeat them, I guess. I like how when you shoot them, they stop moving. It's like... It definitely, like, feels very, very old school. Very ancient. I don't know if I should do this. Is it even giving me XP? Probably not. Let's see. Nope, it's not giving me XP. Oh well, might as well stick through. Might as well stick to it. So 5 more. Where are they? Can't wait to get this pet, man. Like a little teeny tiny droid. Mouse droid, that's what it's called. Okay, 3 more. Get back here. There we go.
We got them all.
Nice, okay.
You saved my life. Literally.
Nice, level 16. Okay, very nice, very nice. 10k credit certificate. Nice. Crafting materials. Minor fleet requisition grant. Personal conquest reward. Okay, nice. Very nice. Okay. Very nice. Oh, look. Role players. Look at that fancy. Look at that fancy stuff. I remember this area, man. This is where I actually used to stand here. Whoop, I fell. Okay. I used to stand up there and, like, kind of roleplay, I guess, a little bit. A little bit of text chat. And, like, we were overseeing, like, little acolytes here, and it was good times. Well, kind of limited times, but not much of a role player. Not really too much into that stuff, but pretty cool. I just want to see the teleport to my ship. I assume I have to unlock it.
Made out all right.
Hopefully I don't. But I think I do. Capital World, Outlaw's Den. Yeah. I don't have it yet. Well, actually I have to... Yeah, I have to reach level 20 and 50k.
I seem to have outdone myself, Master. I think
okay, good work. Maybe we'll reach level 100, who knows. As long as I have the freaking credits, man, like, if...
A task just for you.
It's a lot of money to spend on these side quests. On these gathering things. Okay, so I didn't get any ability. I have quick travel, but... don't have my ship quick travel. Oh well. I remember the days when I played as a Sith and like slaughtered those little things. Wait a minute, what's up there? I forgot. Guess there was a mission that ends here. I don't know. I remember like trying to get above this. That was fun. You know, let's do it. Let's just randomly. Oh shit! Look at that. Oh. You are no longer able to access this datacron. That's what I mean. Like, and I'll explain. I am a datacron master, if you believe it or not. Ah, these things. Let's do test pilot. Yeah, I have the title. Where is it? Datacron Master. That title basically means that I've when I played the game before, I went to each and every base game planet and I collected all of those like hidden datacrons. I can't remember if I actually looked up a guide. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. I can't remember. But yeah, I did it. All in all, I did it, and it was good times. I also remember like trying to cheat my way across like to that platform over there. That's the platform where new players land. So yeah, good times. Can I jump over this? I can. Nice. Yeah, some of these things you can't do in Guild Wars 2, so it's a little bit refreshing. I still have that gang warfare quest. It's funny. I should probably abandon that quest just because I'm not gonna do it. Not yet, at least. Abandon. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little distracting.
Galaxy will continue trembling at your approach if it knows what's good for you.
Such a suck-up.
Maker knows I do.
Okay. Cipher 9 to headquarters. You have my target list.
2 a.m.
I finished preliminary mapping of the Eagle's network. Your designated targets are terror cells located on Balmorra, near the Republic border, and on Nar Shaddaa in Hutt space.
No more water for tonight. Okay. Nar Shaddaa space. Ah, Balmorra. Oh, okay. I don't remember how Balmorra looks, but I remember the name. I'll proceed there now.
I'll contact you once I've arrived. Cipher 9 out.
Acknowledged. Watcher 2 out.
Ha, no more flirting, huh? Okay. Interesting. So we're going to Balmorra, and that's also a really exciting thing. Like, in this game, it actually feels, at least to me, it feels exciting to go to a new planet. You know, in Guild Wars 2, sadly, like, a new map... There's a lot of different maps, but I don't know, the excitement of like visiting a new area kind of, at least to me, doesn't compare to like flying to a new planet, you know. Okay, do I have money to send these guys? Yes. Okay.
I will perform according to your exacting specifications, Master.
What does number 6 mean? I have no idea what that means. Oh, okay. Like better, not better success rate, but like better chances of getting some extra stuff. I don't know. Oh, I didn't travel to Belmar. Whoops! I almost exited back to Korriban. Okay, I can fly on my ship. That's good. Can't mount up. That wouldn't make sense, but I can fly. Okay. Travel to Balmorra. Wait a minute. So Balmora is 1620. Nar Shaddaa is 2024. Okay, so it makes sense to go to Balmora first. 200 credits to travel. Okay, it makes sense, but gonna have to start earning, boy. Gonna have to start earning. And I really like this. I like this, that you can just sit in your chair. This was actually there from the beginning. I really like that. It's really cool. You can go to like first person. The immersion is... I love it. Even 10 years later, I love it.
What's the situation?
I joked earlier, like, imagine that he's just saying gibberish, and nobody understands him, but he has a job where he has, just because he's good at it. So nobody understands him, but, you know, they just, like... they just, like, respond, like, okay, I assume that's what you said. Okay, tell me about my target. No Spectre Republic, we're supposed to be at peace. I really don't care about these political answers. I just want, you know, just give me the job.
What are the terrorists doing here?
Sorry about that, Cypher 9. Welcome to the Eastern Galactic Front. This whole star system is a crisis point. Republic and Empire are testing one another's strength. Meanwhile, the terrorists lurk in the middle.
She like shoved them aside and was like, sorry about that. Oh, there's more flirting. It's not Star Wars the Old Republic, it's like Star Wars the Flirting Republic.
Good to see a pretty face.
My companion disapproves.
Pity the circumstances have to be unpleasant. The Eagle's men are using the war as a cover for local activities. Balmora is their training ground. Cell members recruit, instruct, and arm new terrorists here. Fresh soldiers destined for other points in the network. It's a vital part of the system.
She kinda likes the flirting. But she's you know, she's still remaining professional, so... I'd much rather prefer that than, like, you know... I mean... I don't know. So far she's okay, but... We'll see. We'll see how, as the plot, you know, as the plot thickens, we'll see how she behaves. Why haven't you stopped him? Okay,
how do I fit in?
To dismantle the terror cell there, you'll need local
You'll fit in later.
I'm alerting one of our officials to your presence. Lecurne Renald is the station chief in Sobrik, the Imperial settlement where you landed. He runs intelligence operations on Balmora and can brief you more thoroughly.
There we go. So... Crafting level reached 100, yeah, 101. Anything else?
Is there more I should know?
Renald runs his affairs out of the back of an arms dealership. He'll be waiting for you when you arrive. Move quickly on this one, Cypher 9, and watch what you say. If things go bad, you'll have half a planet gunning for you.
Okay, so I kinda didn't pay much attention when she was saying all that. Okay. I'm gonna have to read the freaking debriefing. Where is it? Okay. Be the enemy. Is that it? Okay. So, what exactly I have to do? Watch your two reports. The Eagle Terrorist Network is recruiting, training, and arming new members. War-torn planet of Balmora. Oh, it's the war-torn one, yeah. Your mission is to dismantle local terrorist cell by whatever means necessary. Okay, so... taking care of those filthy rebel scum. Lecker Renald is the local terrorist station chief. He can brief you. Ronald Weasley? How dare you steal that car? Finding a flare cars, demolitions, and arms dealership in Sobrik. Soberick. Okay. Soberick. Let's go to Soberick. Rick! You gotta do this for me, Morty. But Rick... Wait a minute, did I land on... Did I land on the planet? I forgot. Good, okay. I thought I didn't even move. I thought I didn't even, like, fly to that planet. I forgot. I'm just so freaking like I was waiting to see how long the cutscene was. I'm so freaking happy that the loading times are so short. I mean, the ultimate test is Tatooine and Corellia. That's like level 50 planet. So that'll be the ultimate tests. If those planets, and Hoth, if those planets load fast, then I have, well, then my laptop has passed the ultimate test. So freaking, it's not even hot. It's not even like, the laptop's not even warm. It's like slightly warm, but that's fucking fantastic. a fellow agent flew by, or a bounty hunter. I don't know. Okay. So if I remember correctly, there's like a. Is there even a skill trainer anymore? Maybe they removed them. Maybe they were like, there's no need to like go to somebody to train your skills. I guess. Mission terminal, Griffin Ramos. Okay. So I'll just ride around town. Or this outpost, whatever it is. It feels good to be back. Mounts are not allowed. Oh, okay, wrong area. Don't dismount. Crew skill trade vendor. I wonder what he offers.
What can I get for you?
Okay, some crafting stuff. I should repair my stuff. What? Oh, I was shocked. I was like, what the fuck? I was shocked because I got so many credits. Okay, repair everything. So, what happened? I got those like they were like quest rewards or something, like those credit chips. Anytime. And apparently some of them were pretty big. What is this? Okay. Okay, new armor, nice. Equip that. Large influence gain, nice.
Not bad at all.
Just make up for all the bad decisions I made with her. It's funny. Okay, rating 46, that's nice. Yes, equip that, please. Okay, and did I automatically equip that implant? Yes, I did. Nice. Okay, the thing that kind of sucks is that you can't switch weapons, so you only have these abilities. Compared to Guild Wars 2, which is, in my opinion, superior system. The stupid thing with this game, like one of the stupid things, is you have a knife, but you can't use it. Like there's no abilities. It's just like a stat buff. It's just a piece of armor, literally. It's not a weapon. It's not even a weapon. Some people say like, you know, as an Imperial agent you can like backstab people with a knife, but I mean, one skill, to have a weapon, to use just one skill, nah. So that, in my opinion, that kind of sucks. But it is what it is. That's one of the things that they didn't change. Oh well, let's go to the cantina actually. Let's see what's going on there. Sunken Sarlacc Cantina. Every planet has a cantina. That's also actually really cool. I mean, it would make sense. It's a freaking planet. Bloodhound. So 4 more levels. Not gonna speak to my companion yet. Bartender.
I'm doing an ale on special tonight.
Well, wish I can actually buy it. Social items vendor. Let's see if this one is different.
See anything you like?
Party instigator. Well, when I become rich in game, maybe I'll come back and get this. Okay, enough messing around. Assume there's not much more interesting things to see. Not many. Get on my speeder. Actually, I can buy the speeder upgrade, but I'm not sure where yet. But I think that's the next thing I'll actually do. Wait a minute, I have to go up, right? No, I have to go into the elevator. Huh. Salute. By the way, if anybody recently joined the stream, I welcome you. Hope you're having a good day. And basically, on this stream and in a couple of future streams, I will basically be going through the Imperial Agent story. I haven't played this game in 10 plus years, so I'm kind of getting back into it. That's the gist of it.
Well, what have we here? Let me take a look at you. You're one of Keeper's boys, eh? I'm glad he finally sent someone. Pity it took a disaster to get headquarters' attention.
Okay, he's definitely a character. You know Keeper?
You sound like you're familiar with the director.
Oh, Keeper and I go back. I knew him before, well before he was Keeper. Wouldn't trust him if my life depended on it, though.
Okay, good to know.
Of course. Keeper's a good sort. But here, I'm being a poor host. Have a drink. Settle in after your trip. This shop doesn't look like much, but it's secure.
You're drinking already? Yeah, I'll ask him that. Why not?
Always imbibe on the job?
And I suppose you've never sat in a cantina with a glass of Luranian brandy hoping your cover hasn't been blown.
Sure, give me a drink, why not?
Ours is a dangerous profession, Agent. We all
Wish
find
I had
ways
a
to take
cold
the
one
edge
right
off.
now.
But on to
Sadly,
business.
I'm all out.
These terrorists you're after, they've been a thorn in my side for a long while. They're worse than the Republic in some ways.
Actually, wait a minute. Let me check. Maybe I do. Hold on. The great thing is, like, because I'm technically in my kitchen, my fridge is like literally behind the camera, so that's cool. God damn, 4 freaking hours of. Wait, let me unscramble this. Oh my ass. Ah, damn it. Wait, let me stretch a bit. Okay. Wow. Oh shit. Hail my good thing that the headphones are good. I fell so many times. Stupid. Okay. We get it together.
Why'd you say that?
Familiarity. The terrorists know Balmorra. The Republic doesn't, at least not as well. This terror cell is homegrown, made up of Balmorans unhappy with the Empire's rule. I suspect the Republic tacitly supports the terrorists. We're their common enemy. So we do our best to cope with the bombings and sabotage.
That's as you just sit back and wait for their attacks.
Don't be absurd. The terrorists don't announce their plans in advance, so there's little we can do. The governor makes an example of a few dozen Balmorans after each attack, but it doesn't have much of an effect. Meanwhile, I've been studying the terror cell's structure, and there's good news. If we can take out the local leader, the cell should fall apart.
What makes you so sure?
Experience, Agent. Experience and age.
And very
terrorists call the man in charge Grey Star. He runs the cell, gives the orders, and knows all the secrets. They claim Grey Star used to work with the Eagle, but who can be sure? Only the high-ranking cell members know Grey Star's identity.
Star? I can work with that.
It's a complication, but there's opportunity there.
I have a mole inside the terrorist cell already. He's a good lad. No cipher, though. He can bring you in. You'd have the opportunity to impress the terrorists, win their trust.
Win their trust, then shoot them. Got it.
Just don't forget to find Grey Star before the shooting starts, eh? Sanju Pine,
Yes,
my
good
operative, can introduce you to the terrorist recruiters at the Troida military workshop outside the safe zone. But be careful how you present yourself. If the terrorists suspect you're Imperial, you'll lose Grey Star. And your lives.
Yes, I do. And thank you for that. The only issue is my freaking bottle is empty, and that's the last bottle. So I guess I'm gonna like freaking dehydrate. I mean, thing is, I'm kind of like not too sure about the tap water here. I mean, it's not like there's hopefully nothing wrong with it. I mean, but who knows? I mean, it's the only thing I have right now. So tomorrow before work, I'll definitely have to go do a little shopping. What the hell do I have to do? Speak to Sanju Pine. Sanju. Damn, that's a big bar. Alright. Tap water? Maybe. Fucking hell. Oh, you read my mind, Lord. Yeah, instead you can... stretch. Yes. Stretch. Well, as soon as I finish the stream, I'm definitely gonna have to like fully stretch, because this is like, for now, it's the longest stream I did recently. I mean, I am definitely not aiming to like do the longest streams ever, because that's a lot of sitting, and I really don't like a lot of sitting. Most of my job is basically sitting, so... But the good thing at my job is that I have this like mobile desk which can go like up and down, so that's cool. So I sometimes like stand up and stand and work and whatever. Nothing's really keeping me from like taking a walk, but while I'm streaming, it's kind of sucks because, well, this desk can't do that. But you know, again, nothing's stopping me from like making a break and whatever. But I'm figuring like, depending on how fast the leveling is gonna be in this region, if I see that it kind of goes slowly, then I probably won't. How the hell do I get down here? What the hell? There's gotta be an elevator or something. Did I miss it? Wait a minute. How the hell do I get down here? I mean, I can kind of drop carefully, like. but there's gotta be a way. What is this? Oh, it's a mission terminal. Shuttle to Imperial fleet. Okay. Fucking hell. 4.5 hours. Yeah. It's. I'm telling you, like, really depends on what you're doing. Like, I mean, I'm honestly having a good time. Like, I love this game. With all its faults. That's the way. Oh my god. Or not. You know what? Screw it. Screw it. I'm cheesing it. Cheesing it. Little fall damage. Who cares? Okay. Freaking roots. Okay. Will there be fighting? No. But yeah. Where do I work? I am working with my friend, my like college friend.
You're lucky to even be here.
I got you those
we have our own
like
firm.
Come on, Chemish, you owe me.
3D printing
Maybe
stuff.
Not big time, but you owe me.
When's the last time you did an operation for us?
What? Come on, we've been over this.
Grey Star didn't send out a call for cowards, and neither did the Eagle. Do you think...
Hey, someone finally made it. It's great to meet you in person. This is the group I was telling you about. I think you'll get along with them real well. Better than I do, hopefully.
You're behind
People are the Balmoran terrorists?
Well, I wouldn't put it exactly like that.
You. Suppose the Empire does call us terrorists. Does that bother you?
Yeah, very nice, very nice. The great thing is, like, the best thing so far is that I don't have to get up super early. But at the same time, it's kind of like a double-edged sword. I kind of have to make myself go to bed early. Even though it's kind of too late for that, but I manage. I suppose the Emperor calls her to, but does it bother you? Should it?
It's not a nice label. Carries a lot of baggage.
True. Me,
it's kind of funny.
I don't really care about Imperial labels.
When he flip-flops between accents.
So, you're the one Sanji was talking about. The one with an Imperial bounty on his head. The man who fought at Druckenwell.
I didn't know you were at Druckenwell. We should talk.
Is all that real? You some ace killer looking to get the Empire off Balmora?
Who are you?
I'm not saying anything until I know who I'm dealing with.
I'm the woman who will shoot your head off if you're not legit. My name's Chemish. These people here, they follow Grey Star, our founder. They've been spat on, starved, and punished by the Empire. Now you're not from Balmora. You haven't been through what they've been through. Makes me wonder how far I can trust you.
And how close I can get in your face. Why should I
makes you judge and jury around here?
See these cybernetics? Earned them after an Imperial soldier threw me to the torture droids because I looked threatening when I was 18.
Damn. Chemish, I never realized you...
Sure, Sanju. So, yeah, I've earned respect around here. I've earned Grey Star's trust. You've got a long way to go.
Actually, she accidentally poked her eye out,
finding
so...
people for sabotage and suicide runs. But real soldiers, they're harder to find. So, take a job, show you're useful, then we'll talk.
Spit it out,
What do you want from me, Chemish?
There's an abandoned factory not far from here. Used to make droids, but its defenses went haywire when the Empire took over. Place is swarming with rogue security units. It's also full of expensive equipment. Get inside, and there's something I want.
Screw it. I'll be a dick a little bit.
You're sending me on a salvage operation. Get serious.
If you don't think you're up for it, I can shoot you here and now. Wouldn't bother me a bit. The Okara droid factory produced shielded power cores for stealth droids. I want a case for my people. My people can convert the cores into explosives, plant them around an enemy base, and thanks to the stealth shielding, no one will know until it's too late.
As soon as you say the word, I can be on my way.
Let's be upfront. This is a test. So if you fail, don't bother coming back. We'll just kill you.
Good luck.
And be careful. The factory...
She's kind of unappealing, let's say. But oh well. Gotta do what you gotta do. Okay, so I guess going by taxi. So I'm still level 16.
At your service, sir.
At your service, sir.
Is confirmed.
Should send my companions on the quest.
See you in a bit.
This is madness. Madness.
Excellent. I was just wondering what I could do to please you.
Okay, that was quick. I kind of like that it's not just one map. I like that it's, you know, separated in different regions. So it's kind of like half open world, but it's okay. It's fine. Fine. Markaran Plains. Okay. Yeah. Any enemy that sees me is like. Is he chasing me? Stop chasing me, bot. Stop chasing me, bot. Okay. Stop chasing me. Okay, let's see. I assume. Wait, do we have to go above or below? Ah, below, yeah. Makes sense. Kara Droid Factory. This is familiar. Okay. Where are the enemies? There they are. Okay. Ah, screw it. Let's fight them. Gotta get that XP somehow. Okay. Boom! Yeah, that's that kill. Sabotage. Let's get more of that XP. I hate that it locks on to the one enemy and then it kind of like determines the AoE around that enemy. That sucks. No, I tried to dodge, but you can't dodge here. Damn it. It's a little harder to do it alone, but it's fine. The good thing is, free-to-play players, or preferred, whatever, because I'm preferred, can actually revive at the area. I no longer have to, like, how it used to be. I don't have to, like, go all the way back. That was super annoying. Okay, ambush those guys, kill them all. I forgot to heal. I completely forgot to heal. I keep forgetting you have to manually heal in this game. That's kind of like half tedious, I guess. But it's okay. That's fine. I'll do it. Don't have any battle stems. Oh well. I'll get them later. Kill that bot. That ability. And then that ability. And my companion is back right at the right time.
One more down.
Okay. Loot that. I forgot that I have a lot of credit. Nice. As soon as I get to that vendor.
You'll see.
Let's send him. Wait, did he fail?
Perfection is my goal, Master.
I don't know. Okay. Kill these guys. Nice. So the game is way easier once you set your companion to what's called to DPS. Power generator. almost 3 a.m. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Kinda have my doubts about reaching level 20 on this stream, but that's fine. I mean, it is what it is. Don't want to rush things, but if I can make use of like certain opportunities, sure. Keep forgetting to take cover, but eh. Nice, and 3 hits. Nice. Oh, very nice. Damn, look at that. The power generator. Keep forgetting to heal. That's the only drawback of like having a DPS companion. Ah, but they kind of die quicker anyways. It's kind of a better trade-off, I guess. Sucks that I have to heal, but it's fine. Maybe I can set her to be a tank? Let's try that. Maybe. I don't know. Let's see. All eyes on us. Okay. Okay. Everything's blowing up. Personal conquest increase. Okay, level 17. It's pretty soon.
Rise and shine.
There we go. Nice. So 3 more levels. I wonder how it's gonna turn out. Oh, no! Whoops. Whoops. Well, good thing I don't have to like... Oh, I have to go all the way back. Well, it's not too bad. But it's, Oops. God damn. Okay, let's do this a little bit more precise. There we go. That's what I like about like these sniper types. Just do a few moves and boom. Got them before they even saw you. I guess it probably would have been a little faster to pick a melee class, but who knows? You never really know. Kinda always liked ranged a bit better. The only thing that I might kind of choose differently is maybe get a stealth class. Stealth like a combat style. Or whatever it's called nowadays. Come on, shoot him.
Make me look better.
Okay. Am I supposed to go this way? No. Nope. Not at all. Ah, let's loot these guys. I forgot to loot those, but it's fine. Get my trusty droid to do the freaking the missions.
Is my goal, Master.
Okay, do not fault your death. Okay, that was nothing. Nice. For a second, it sounded like a Ride of the Valkyries. Okay, insta-kill. Almost. Nice. Wish there was some sort of like auto loot system where it wasn't like, where it didn't require me to click something. Wish it was just like, you know, kill him and loot him. Nice. So I have all 34k, okay. Okay, okay. Still can't mount here. Shoot that. Come on, shoot it. Did he even do anything? I have no idea. Okay. Move him. I keep forgetting to use the med packs. Kinda sucks, but oh well. Nice. Okay, cool. No! Ah, wasted. Cooldown. Shoot him. Go on. Slowly but surely getting used to this type of like old school gameplay. What the hell is that? It's a sort of shock. Oh, hello. Hello. Just stand in front of him like point blank and like aim at him with a sniper. That's funny. Okay, again, I keep forgetting to heal. I just realized my health is bad. Okay. That's kind of like the trade-off. Like I have to manually heal up if she's gonna do something else. I don't know. Let's see how it was actually. Let's put her to a healer. It's gonna be less damage, but maybe I'll kill him quickly. I don't know. She kind of still shoots him, but yeah, it's definitely way less. Okay, cool. Maybe in the gaming? Might as well loot him. Oh, my ass. Jesus Christ. 4.5, well, more than 4.5. It's almost like 5 hours. Jesus. Very bad, very bad.
Thank the stars I reached you. Sorry about earlier. With Kimmich there, I couldn't say a thing. Station Chief Reynolds told me you were from the Imperial Intelligence, so I said things up as fast as I could. Anyway,
finish off somewhere around 3. It's been a lot. I'm like 10. Yeah, 4. Oh, jeez. Bring me up to speed.
What's the situation?
So, Kimmich verified your background. Intelligence did its job. You're fine there. I'm doing my best to find out anything about the cell leader, Greystar. Maybe you can learn more when Kimmich trusts you.
Winning over Chemish is the top priority.
Right. Well, she's a fanatic, but she respects results. The more you impress her, the more she'll give. There's one other thing. Those power cores you're after, you know what Kimmich plans to do with them, right? She's gonna attack Sobrik. She'll have some of the new recruits plant the bombs and run. Sobrik. The town and the Imperial base.
Sobrik.
Don't interfere with this mission, Sanji.
I know. Just hear me out. I know a way to disable the power cores so Kimmich won't suspect you. There's a machine in the factory that can do it. Run the sealed case through the machine, and the cores will fry. Kimmich will see you didn't unlock it. She'll assume the cores went bad over the years.
Not sure who to root for. Like, there's no... It's literally two-sided. Can't take a chance. Sabotage plan. I don't know. She's kind of a bitch. So I'm gonna...
It's a risk.
Sabotage it.
But we could save a lot of people. I'm in.
Great. I'll send you the machine's coordinates. We can stop a lot of bloodshed. I'll see you when you get back to Troido, okay?
Not so much about saving those people,
cute,
it's more about like...
Kinda stupid too. If he had money, he'd be perfect.
Enough, Khalil. Let's see, excuse me.
I think I'm a little offended.
Just trying to be more open with you. We're partners, right? Anyway, let's find that machine.
Yeah.
Or maybe not.
He's like not interested, but at the same time he's kind of keeping her close, or however you would say it. It's like, make up your goddamn mind, boy. Okay. Wait a minute. Did I accidentally leave? What? What is going on here? I think I accidentally left. Neutralize the power cord. Okay.
You and me? Getting good.
Do not stun me. There we go. Okay, final headshot. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Wow, you can activate this. Oh, okay. It's just like a pre-buff or something. I don't know. Oh yeah, it turns on a laser. Yeah. Just noticed it. Took me a freaking while to notice it. Well, my focus is kind of waning, to be fair. Okay, I'll return to her. And it's not like directly doesn't send me on a mission. Kind of slowly hold off there. Whee! Tried to like escape, but I couldn't. They're gonna attack me. Oh well, 3 XP. Okay, shoot them all. Okay. Hello. Okay, so where do I have to go? I have to go there. I have to go to the workshop. Okay, that's the trade-off. You have to pay. Time is money. Time is money. Shuttle has been dispatched. Wonder how long it takes. Wow, okay. So that's definitely like time saved in a way. Still can't figure out like where, like how do you get down there without, still can't get can't talk, can't figure out a way how to get down there without going like all the way around. Also, dude, you're alive, bruh, you're still alive, bro. Yep, I'm alive. I'm alive. Welcome, Alice. Yes. How does it feel to be back? Feels great. Feels great. The only thing that doesn't feel great is my ass. My ass does not feel great, Alice. My ass does not feel great. Does not feel great, Alice. But everything else feels great. Yes, he's back. Lord Voldemort's back. And he has no freaking clue how to get down here. I have no fucking clue how to get down here. Except cheesing my way through it. There we are. So yeah, anyway, I'm kind of back. You have fell off the face of the earth. Yes, I did. Sorry, what? What the fuck did you just say? I don't know. It's late. I've been streaming for 5 hours. It's It's exhausted me. Bear with me. But yeah, yes, I did fall off the face of the earth. Mainly for the reason of like kinda not having, you know, not seeing like a good time to like fit in the streams. That, and I was kind of starting to gain weight, you know, so I had to spend more of my time outside, which still trying to do. So yeah, balancing of a lot of things, you know, private life, work life, which finally is starting to like, you know, settle in a good way. So yeah, a lot of things, a lot of different things. That you know, couldn't really find what else to play on stream. Like I was kind of getting tired of Guild Wars 2. But you know, as it goes, as I have been honest when I said that, like, you know, Guild Wars 2 is kind of like a, you know, slope and valley kind of game. You know, you do everything you want to do, and then you kind of get bored, and then you kind of quit the game a bit, and then you, oh, I want to do this thing, and you come back and you play, and then you kind of get bored again. So, you know, it's kind of like a sine wave of video games. Missed you though. Oh, I missed you too. So yeah, yeah, it's I kind of have a slightly different setup. I have like I managed to get an ultra wide, so I don't have a multi-monitor setup technically, because my laptop is like exactly underneath it. And if I open it up, it's gonna like cover the screen, and I don't want to put my ultra wide up above. So, but it's cool. It's cool. I managed to do a lot of different things. I've managed to do this. Let's see how quickly my stream kind of has a little bit of a delay. Okay, there it is. So I managed to do. I managed to hook up a MIDI controller so I can do these kinds of things. I can switch scenes. So that's pretty cool. Okay, it's back to that one. Yeah, that I can also like mute my mic. I've managed to figure out how to do that. I can like bump up the volume or lower it or whatever. So like those kinds of like quality of life improvements, let's say. Did I? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. It's gonna go back. Okay. I'm in the game. Okay, nice. Like, I'm monitoring my stream by watching my own stream, so it kind of has a slight delay. It's not like OBS level of like non-delay, but it is what it is. But anyway, the reason why I'm playing this specific game, I assume you know what it is. I haven't played it in a very, very long time, 10+ years, so the thing I have going on currently is I'm doing a playthrough of the entire base game story of this game. I've chosen a class that specifically has kind of the best story, almost like a TV show, so, you know, it's
much better than they appear.
It's pretty interesting. It's nice to have like a little bit of nostalgia. And I've done a lot of gameplay 10+ years ago, so I've unlocked a lot of things to kind of a little bit help me along the way. But yeah, and also I'm a pretty big Star Wars fan pre-Disney. So yeah, it's, you know, it's fun so far. It's pretty good. Regarding the streams in general, I'm kind of taking it, let's say, a little more chill. Like, I'm not really focusing that much on like actively trying to get, you know, viewers and doing this and that and, you know, challenges and whatever. So I'm kind of just playing a game, you know, and whoever pops in. I kind of talk a bit and whatever. And I'm also uploading these like playthroughs to YouTube, so the VODs are going like straight to YouTube. I have to manually upload them, but that's fine. But yeah, kind of like as a reminder that I've done those things. And yeah, maybe if something funny happens or interesting or whatever, then I'll clip it into a short, you know, the classic stuff. So yeah, that kind of, the things that I can do, that I will honestly want to do, you know, nowadays, that's how it goes. Just do what you want and what's fun, and you know, it doesn't have to be a whole thing, just a hobby and Jersey. Yeah. I mean, now, after a couple of months, maybe even a year, I don't know, that has passed since I've entered this whole like streaming realm, I've kind of figured a lot of things out. But what I'm doing right now, nowadays, or at least my current phase of things, is kind of like this. You know, it's a little bit low key, but I'm just kind of following my gut. You know, I have a lot of information regarding a lot of things, but it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Like, still, my main, you know, concern is like the physical activity thing. You know, like whatever you're doing in life, you know, this and that, hobbies, work, kids, husband, wife, whatever, there has to be a certain amount of physical activity, and it's like I feel that fact every single day. So it's like, you know, kind of pissed off that it's like freaking 3 a.m. here. Like I should have ended a while ago, but it happens, you know. The game kind of picks up, it's interesting, and you kind of have to like go with the flow. So my plan right now specifically is to watch this cutscene, kind of, you know, talk through it, whatever. And if the mission is closed, I think it will be, then I'll kind of end it off there because it's already slightly past 3 a.m. But yeah, all in all, you know, playing the game. When I finish the story of this game, the base game story, I'll see if I'll get the expansions and all that shtick. If not, then I'll do something else. Basically that kind of, you know, casual plan. And whoever joins along the ride, you know, that's cool. Yeah, I gotta find a balance. I was just turning on a lurk for my rivals drops and noticed you won, and obviously I wanted to come say hi. Yeah, actually, I'll pop in to say hi. You know, likewise. If I manage to, actually not if, but when I manage to, you know, when our timelines kind of cross, when I'm awake and whatever, I'll kind of do that for, you know, whoever I feel like popping into. So, you know, whoever I feel like greeting randomly. But yeah, but I need to get my kids to bed now. Also, I won't keep you up any later by talking your ear off. Nah, it's fine. I kind of feel like, you know, kind of giving a little exposition. Why not? You know, especially if you're not the only one. Like if there's somebody else watching, you know, might as well give a little bit of exposition. Why not? Won't hurt. Haven't been live for months. Oh yeah, cool to. I assume the kids are doing fine. Been live months now. It is what it is, you know. It's life is all about priorities. So if, you know, streaming is like the top priority in your life, it's gonna show, you know. So same goes with me. So it's all about priorities. Glad you're a kiddo. Yeah. It's, you know, it's the classic internet thing where when somebody goes offline, you assume they're like dead or missing or kidnapped or whatever. So, well, so far so good. But yeah. But you know, now that you mention it, you didn't directly mention it, but kind of like indirectly, I guess. Being alive and whatever. I don't know. It's kind of interesting to think about it, like for people who stream or make videos or whatever. Like, you know, one day obviously you're gonna be gone and whatever. So making videos, if they're honest, if they're, you know, true to your kind of style, it's kind of a cool thing. Like if somebody stumbles upon you and, you know, knows nothing about you and whatever, but kind of has a good time vibing in these like 5 hours of a VOD, I guess. VOD to be. It's a pretty cool thought at the end of the day, you know, whatever you're doing. Pretty cool. Okay, enough of my deep thoughts with the
Your
deep.
friend's quick, Sanju.
Yes, I watched the show.
You tell me a lot of things, but I asked for the stealth droid power cores. If you don't have them, you're wasting my time.
But yeah, anyway, glad to see you, Alice. You know, whenever you feel like it, pop in. If you don't feel like it, that's completely fine. That's what I tell all of the potential viewers. Like, you know, if you have anything better to do, do it. If you feel like, you know, chilling with somebody, some stranger online, go ahead. So yeah, good to have you back. You tell me a lot of things, but I asked for stealth droid power cores. If you don't have them, you're wasting my time. Oh, I have them. Take the stupid crate. There we go.
I had to melt down half an army of droids to get this. Better be worth it.
It's so funny. He keeps like flip-flopping between accents, and it's
It'll take a minute to get this case open. Sanju, go fetch Pythor and a droid.
I think we've got it, Kemish. Crack the case open and let's see if our new friend did the job right.
Looks like everything's here. Except... what's this? The readouts say the power cores are fried. What did you do?
What to say? What say? I followed instructions, they must have gone bad. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Let's say it's not my fault.
You can't blame me. I didn't do anything.
You don't get to make excuses. Not to me, and definitely not now.
Sassy.
Kemish, come on. There are plenty of ways those things could have gone bad.
It is suspicious, but power cores are pretty fragile.
Yeah. Okay. Bad luck can happen to anyone. Once.
Okay. I swear I'm loyal. Then give me a chance. I swear I'm loyal. This is absurd. This is absurd. I don't know. I don't like it.
I don't need to put up with this garbage. Listen.
I don't need to put up with this crap.
I'll give you one more shot, but you better make this work. You've seen the caves in this valley? Dark and cramped, but they make a nice hiding place. Scanners bounce right off them.
Go on.
Assume you're telling me this for a reason.
Greystar set up a training outpost in the caves a while back. Then the Empire started dropping gas bombs on the Republic. The outpost was poisoned. Toxin got into the soil. Turned good kids into drooling psychos. And the caves were overrun by our own people.
What's the hideout?
You said it was a training outpost. What kind of training outpost?
Place we took angry recruits and taught them how to shoot a blaster, use a stim pack. Nothing fancy. We're willing to cut our losses, but there's still data on the outpost computers. I want it transmitted out and the systems destroyed.
Okay.
Sanjo, get to high ground outside of town.
Sanjo.
You can pick up the signal with the booster box.
Is all that clear? The toxin victims will be after you.
Damn, she's bossy.
Or we're finished.
Every single sentence she ends with me is like, or something. Do this, or that will happen. All clear. Kemish, about the state I'm getting. How to fight the Empire. Huh, what does he mean by that?
When are you gonna let me shoot some Imperial skulls?
Give it time. Now get out of here.
Oh, okay.
I've got to figure out what we're gonna do without those power cores.
Huh. So she's into that idea, okay. Respectable. Wait a minute, is that a title? Respectable, okay. So it's a light side thing. Okay, well apparently I'm a light side now. Not really planning these things, but you know, again, as I said, like I'm going by my gut, and this playthrough is pretty much going to reflect, you know, the things I actually choose. So, so that's good. Okay, install the transmitter. Where is that? So it's way over there in some sort of outpost thing. Okay, because the time is what it is, it's like 3:16 a.m. Oh, Jesus. I'm gonna end it off here, the stream, I mean. But I'm gonna end it off in a cantina because it's like a safe area. I can get like wait a minute. How do I... Crap. So the taxi is way up there. So how the... So, wait a minute. Wait. I'm kind of confused on the map. So I have to go this way. Ah, this magnifying glass is not helping. Wait a minute. Gotta turn it off. It's actually not really super useful. Where is it? Map. Yeah, it's not really useful. It's more annoying. So I have to go this way. All the way just to get to Gornith Post there. You know what? I'll actually... Nah, let's go on foot. Let's go on this way. Kind of save up a little bit of credits. Why not? Send my companion on a mission. So I am gonna end it off here, but I want to end it off in end the stream in like a safe area, like a cantina or something.
Displaying all authorized destinations.
So where the hell is it? Sobrick. So where did I see a cantina? I guess Sobrick.
Travel route is confirmed.
Maybe I could have. Damn it! I probably could have quick traveled to the cantina directly, but screw it. Kinda already there, aren't I? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, god damn it, I could have... Next time I know. For next time, I definitely know. For next time, I will definitely know. Actually, I'll quick travel right now. Why not? Yes. I actually still keep the confirmation like window active because I don't want to accidentally click on it and be like, oh crap. For now. Okay, cantina. Is this a resting area? Please tell me it is. It'd be funny if it's not actually. Okay, now it is. Wait a minute, so... Okay, it probably took a little bit. Probably took a little bit to register. Wait, let me test that. So... Oh, okay, it says you're leaving a rest zone, so if I leave... When will it actually update? I assume it's gonna update. Sunken Sarlacc. Okay, I will end it off. Well, I'll leave the game here. Okay, there we go. Perfect. And let's see the cooldown. Okay, I'll leave the game here. Excellent. I didn't manage to reach level 20, but yeah, I assume like the further I get with the levels, it's gonna get like longer and longer. I have to do like more quests, but that's fine. That's completely fine. I'll play the game, you know, how I feel like it. If it's gonna be like 20 parts on YouTube, so be it. Don't really care that much. So yeah. Okay, gonna leave the game. Let me switch. Let's see how it works. There we go. Nice. OBS is working excellently. But yeah, anyway, I will leave it off here for tonight. Whoever is watching live, I bid you a good night. Have a good one, and I will see you next time. Hopefully already tomorrow at like similar time as tonight. We'll see. We'll see. Definitely gonna have to throw in more physical activity, but that's fine. But yeah.